Where is everybody here?
Hello.
Hello. Hello, Phillips.
Hello.
Hello. Oh.
Good afternoon.
Hey,
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good.
Who's going to chair today?
Today I'll be the chair.
Okay, good.
Oh.
Mas Alexander can relax and focus on his own presentation, and I'll be the chair. Hey, Alex.
You're the presenter, the first presenter, right?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Yeah. So I have a lot of responsibility the first half hour. Do you have a lot of these online conferences or symposia?
Yeah, almost twice a week we have.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah. You know, there's so many universities in Indonesia. There's so many department of history. They're very actively, you know, held kind of webinar conference.
Yeah.
And of course, there's so many topics as well.
Yes, of course.
And they're very interested to be followed. So it's also kind of an updating the development of historical issue in each area in Indonesia, like in Sumatra, like in Sulawesi, like
It's good to get this multi-perspectiveness of the past.
Yeah, because they have their own specialization. For instance, in Undip, they are developing the maritime history, and UI political history. And here in UGM social history. So that's interesting.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah,
that's something that we don't really do that often, to have these online conferences. We have it maybe like once every 2 weeks with people from within the Leiden department, from the Colonial and Global.
Yeah.
But not from other universities. So that's an interesting idea.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, it's already one.
Yeah. Shall we begin?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's already a few people here already.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, already 19 people. So yesterday, I think at the maximum we had 60, so we still have 40 to go. But I think let's begin now, and then we'll see the others joining. Welcome everyone to the second day of this online conference. We're very happy to see all of you here. Yesterday we had a very interesting day in which we learned about many aspects of the Indonesian past, and also the way that colonial interventions had a presence in the Indonesian past. Today we have an even fuller schedule with 5 presentations dealing with different aspects of the Indonesian and colonial past. We're going to talk about diplomacy, about religion and colonialism, about knowledge production, about colonialism and communism and Islam. So it's a full schedule, 5 presentations. After 2 presentations, we'll have a short break. And after the 5th presentation, we'll have some concluding remarks by Dr. Alicia Schrikker. And then the conference is finished, basically. So a lot of interesting things to look forward to. I'll be the chair today. My name is Philip Post. I'm a PhD candidate at Leiden, and I will keep track of the time and also introduce the first speaker, who is Philip, myself. So that's an easy thing to do. I'm going to talk about some research that I've been working on, and that I've been wanting to present to you, to Indonesian colleagues for a while. So I'm very happy that I finally have this opportunity. And please give us many comments and suggestions as you can, because that's what I need at this point to improve the paper. And let me begin by just sharing my screen and sharing the PowerPoint. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So basically, my topic is on the history of the colonial presence in Ambon, and the title of my presentation is Governors and Regents in Ambon at the turn of the 19th century. So I'm focusing very much on the colonial presence in East Indonesia. And the main focus of my research is to investigate how in the beginning of the 19th century, the Dutch colonial government made use of regulations, rituals, and protocols that were negotiated and created, you could say, and used by the VOC at the end of the 18th century and throughout the 18th century. And mainly these rituals and protocols, they focus on the relationship between the Dutch governors, the Dutch colonial government, and the local Ambonese regents. And the term regents is something that is used in the sources themselves. Normally we associate regents with Java, but in the sources in Ambon in the 19th century, they do use this term. So they talk about regents instead of rajas or patis, so they talk a lot about regents. And we are dealing here with a transition from a trading company, the VOC, which is normally seen as a company that is very much focused on trade, to a colonial state. So that's sort of an interesting transition that we are dealing with here. And I'll show that the colonial state, even though it had a rhetoric of being very different to the trading company, the VOC, that in practice it made a lot of use of knowledge and rituals and protocols from the VOC. So there's a sort of a discrepancy there between practice and rhetoric. How do I do this? I focus on an important document, which was called the Instruction for the Regents, that was written in the VOC period in 1771 and reissued in 1818. So we see that there is sort of a direct copying of an important document. But more than just one document, there's also a whole score of rituals, marks of honors, and protocols that were copied by colonial state officials from the VOC knowledge and archive. And I will emphasize that in this process, there was a lot of agency from Ambonese regents in initiating and also in resisting these developments. So even though my focus is on the Dutch colonial government, I will show that in practice, there was a lot of input and agency from the Ambonese regents. And I think this is an interesting question because if you look at existing historiography, there was a lot of research on the early diplomacy of the VOC, but we don't really know what happened to these diplomatic relations in the 18th century, and we know even less what happened to these diplomatic cultures after the VOC collapsed. And I will make the point that, in fact, if you look at these diplomatic cultures, you will see that they continue to be very relevant, even in the 19th century when the VOC has disappeared formally. And this is part of a bigger gap, you could say, on continuities between the VOC and the colonial state period. So there's a lot of researchers who focus on the VOC and a lot who focus on the colonial state. So you could say after 1816, but very few have suggested that we take these two together and look at continuities. And in the project that I'm part of, which is led by Alicia Schrikke, we focus on these continuities. So what are possible reasons for this? So why hasn't this been done before? One, because there's different archival traditions. So you have to look at both VOC archives and colonial state archives. And for us, it's completely normal that these are two separate archives, but we have to take into account that for the people on the spot in Ambon, they would have documents from both periods in their offices. So for them, this distinction between the VOC and the colonial state is in many ways more artificial. Also, there is a longer tradition of seeing the VOC as a trading power, focused on making a profit, and not so much as a state engaged in diplomacy. And the last reason, and I think this is something I already hinted to, there is this long rhetoric by colonial officials in the 19th century who say that they are very different from the VOC. They are people who are focused on providing state power, on implementing state power, on ensuring that all the tasks of the state are respected and implemented. And a strong focus then is on the well-being of the colonial subjects, allegedly. So because of this rhetoric, I think there has been a little attention for the way that the VOC continues to play a role. So just, of course, you all know the region, but just to show you that I'm focusing on Ambon, basically. And that is sort of the main area of my research. Ambon was very important, and the other islands, because of the spice trade, which was allowed on a few islands. So the trade in cloves and the cultivation was allowed only on a few islands and was forbidden elsewhere. And the regions, they play a crucial role in this process. So in order to collect these cloves, to cultivate them and to sell them, the Dutch were very dependent on the Ambonese regions. And therefore they made they put a lot of effort in ensuring that these relations and these obligations of the regions, that they were clear. So the regions had to protect the monopoly, they had to mobilize the corvée labor, so basically all kinds of tasks that the Ambonese had to perform, and they just played an important role in the colonial infrastructure. And my research takes place in a period of great turmoil, both in Ambon itself, but also internationally, when we see that the Dutch are ousted out of their colonial empire twice by the British, first at the end of the 18th century, and then in the early 19th century. We have two British interact now on Ambon, one on Java. So the Dutch, they have to reclaim their power and reclaim their authority, and they have to make sure that their interests are protected. And for that, they really need to have clear understanding with the regions about what obligations they have. And of course, in 1817, there was an important revolt, the Patimura revolt, against the re-establishment of Dutch rule. And because of this revolt, a lot of Ambonese regions are either captured and taken prisoner, and some are murdered. And in that context, we understand why the Dutch state wanted to reissue these instructions. So the instructions that I analyzed are issued in 1818 by Governor de Kock, and they are drawn up in they are based on ones that were drawn up in 1771 by VOC Governor van der Voort. So in this document, we see a direct influence of the VOC knowledge. And in 1818, it was very important because so many regions were captured and replaced, some killed. The Dutch state said, okay, we have so many new regions, we have to make sure that they know what their obligations are. And for this, they reissued the instructions. So 45 articles in 1771, 15, 1818, but the structure is very much the same. And many are copied verbatim. So word for word, we see that they are copied. And there is a lot of themes that are in the instructions. I think the most important ones are that they deal with just governance. So what are sort of obligations that the Ambonese regions have to perform? What kind of religious rights? What kind of marriage is allowed between Ambonese Christians, for example, and Muslims? They are focused on education, labor, organizing the Honggi expeditions. Honggi expeditions were tours that were performed throughout East Indonesia to protect the trading monopoly and keep people from other islands out of this monopoly. So a lot of themes that really show that there was a state in Ambon and not just a trading company. And the changes, I think, are mainly in terms of the different quantities of clothes that had to be supplied. So the focus is very much, I think, on continuity, and there's very few differences here. The instructions were used by the Dutch officials to carefully watch the regions and to control them as a group, and to make sure that there was less flexibility for individual bargaining, because if everyone had the same sort of document, then everyone was supposed to know what they had to do, and also inform the new colonial officials. So every incoming Dutch official could read the document and know what the tasks were of the local regions. Interestingly enough, the instructions were also used by the Ambonese Raja and the Pati to sort of shield off claims by the colonial government. So in notes of meetings that were held between the Dutch government and the Ambonese, we see that they say, well, you have a lot of claims from the colonial government, but these things are not in the instructions, so we cannot oblige with your request. So it's not just that these were imposed, but they're also negotiated and sometimes used to say this is sort of the boundary that we have agreed upon. It's not just the protocols, because in this relationship between the colonial governors and the Malaccan rulers, and especially in this context between the Dutch and the Ambonese regions, we see that there's a lot of rituals involved. So there is a strong focus on making sure that protocols, rituals, and marks of honor are given, and these are crucial because they show respect for the Malaccan rulers, and they take away some discomfiture with colonial rule by at least having a whole diplomatic array of protocols that give some authority and some idea of respect, I think, to each other. And what is interesting is that in one travel account from 1820, we see that the author is surprised by the fact that even in the early 19th century, we still see that sticks that would be given to regents to show that they had a special position, that these sticks, they either have silver knobs or golden knobs, that they had the sign of the VOC on them. So they didn't have the sign of the colonial state, but they had a sign of the VOC. So in the 19th century, when the VOC has already collapsed for more than 20 years. And these sticks, they were very important because they were used by the local Ambonese to show that they had a special position towards the colonial administration. And it's not just these sticks, but also the practice of giving gifts. And many a time, these were linen cloths. That was very important in the 18th century, and this was continued in the 19th century. And it was, in fact, the Ambonese regents themselves who advocated the use and the continued use of this tradition. So it's not something that was initiated by the Dutch themselves, but by the Ambonese regions. And I think here we again see this local agency. So the conclusion, I think, is that I want to make the point that even though the VOC collapses at the end of the 18th century, there is still a long legacy of the diplomatic culture in Ambon in the early 19th century. And I think this is an important point because it shows that there is continuity between these periods. So the period of the VOC and the period of the colonial state. And I think, therefore, that my broader point is that if we want to understand how the colonial state emerged and formed, we need to look back to the VOC period and understand many aspects that continued. And I think diplomacy is one part of it, but there's other parts that we need to understand as well. So I think this is sort of basically the main point that I want to make. And I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to hearing your feedback. So thank you very much. And then I'll stop sharing. Shall we continue with the feedback by the commentator, by Abdul Wahid?
Yes, sure. Well, thank you first of all, Phillips, for your really fascinating presentations, also papers. I really like your paper a lot. I read it with great interest, and I think your study is very important in the sense that it give a new breakthrough to the well, old approach, which is you have mentioned about it, that is there's a tendency to make strict separations between the VOC period and the colonial governments, and your paper really shed some light, and very clear light actually on the how the two periods actually complement each other, or maybe even like the previous period of VOC become a foundations for the later period of the colonial state period. So in that sense, I really appreciate it, and congratulations with a very nice topic. But the more important for me is especially because your case studies in Ambon, which is we have a lot of information more about Java, especially in this the period of the so-called transitions, or well, construction, and many historians has give different level about the period. But you're presenting the case in Ambon, which is very interesting, and you can really see how actually the new arrangement of politics is not really new. It's using the old, well, you said it's maybe institutions or political constructions that was already there and used by VOC. So yeah. I have, of course, but first, maybe my comment is, I think I really like the idea that you are focusing on one very specific documents, which is instructions for Regents. Uh, but yeah, but still, I think perhaps you need also to have more perspective from the region itself, the perspective of region, how they really actually look at this. Yeah, you mentioned at the end of your presentation that actually they don't really see it as instructions, because instruction it's very much top down, as if they are really under control, and they said no, you have only your claim and we negotiate it. But how actually these people look at this document, and why it's so called, by the way, the document itself called as instructions, not like how you call it, guidance, or is it related to the fact that this instruction was, or the document was given to new generation of regent, as you mentioned it, because they are actually new, and the old regents have vanished. Either they are become part of the rebellions under Patimura, or maybe because they were sentenced to imprisonment, or lose their positions after the resistance, maybe. So that's something maybe I need. I would like you to elaborate more. And yeah, and maybe this is also coming from my interest, as I presented yesterday, on what language actually this instruction were. If this is really instruction for regents, for those people, then it should be some in the language that they understand, or in the language they are really familiar with, and maybe also the concept, because yesterday we have also discussion that translation is not only about you know changing word or language into from Dutch, for example, to Malay, but it's also very different concept, very different word, very different ideas. So if this really instruction, then it could be like a very one-sided and very top-down, as I mentioned it, and it make it easy to understand that why is this region, for example, are maybe they didn't really take it for granted in the first place, and they try to negotiate with it. So yeah, maybe you can give more information about this document. And you mentioned in the earlier of your presentation that the document, the document actually, it's there are something new in the documents, unlike the instruction for the European, which is the same, but the instruction for the regions are new. But then you mentioned it's not really new at all because the structure is similar. Well, the articles, the older instruction is 45 articles. The new one is 50, so it's only 5 new articles. So what's the new thing about these instructions? And I'm also wondering actually that this instruction it's still very, how you call it, superficial in terms of documents of power. I mean, the instruction didn't really touch upon, you know, strategy or way the colonial government or the Dutch colonial government tried to change the local structure, political structure, or economic structure. Was it really the case? I mean, this instruction, it's only about diplomacy. It's only like you know, how to get along with the new regions. It's not really trying to impose something really new. I mean, in terms of why I'm asking this, because well, yeah, of course, Moluccans Island, Ambon, it's not homogeneous, of course, because Banda, for example, Banda, it's a center for nutmeg productions, and there are people there, older generations of since the VOC period. They call it how you call it, Perkeniers, and they continue their business as if the new colonial status doesn't exist. So they just continue as usual with their own business. So and then there are enslavement going on, continue until even the late 19th century. So in that sense, I'm just wondering whether this document also tried to, you know, substantially also change the political structure in Ambon. So that's I think my first question is my first. And then the second one, I really want to know more about this region. And you have explained that the term region here in Ambon, it's different from Jawa. Jawa, the region is a bupati basically, and they are really coming from all their hierarchy, all their aristocracy, and they have their own, you know, prestige, their own social structure, cultural system, etc. But the region in Ambon, it's quite different. There could be things like that. So it means that this instruction only applies in Ambon, right? Maybe. So my question is whether is there any also similar documents also formulated or they introduced in other part of archipelago, per se, Sumatra, for example, but not on Java, perhaps, because Java it's still very different. And this new regions, as you mentioned it, because they are actually new, that they were not really part of this old region who joined the war, joined the resistance together with Thomas Matulesi. I'm just wondering, who are they actually? Are they the same background with the former regions, and how they were selected as new regions? Did the Dutch also intervene in the selection process of these new regions? So I can imagine this is, well, in Java, the transition is also considered how you call it? Yeah, it's really transitional, and war is always there, and so the new political structure was based on violence basically. So the old local elite was gone, or well, banished basically, and the new elites were formed or emerged. And to what extent the Dutch actually involved in the selections process, or the process of these new regions are selected into their positions later on. Another question that I have to you, do you mind if I have more?
No, sure. Please go ahead.
Yes, because this is coming out my curiosity, and the term of ritual, for example, a colonial diplomacy is very much on culture. You mentioned it, yeah, it was gift giving, things like that. But for me, violence itself, it's ritual. Hongi sailing, pelayaran hongi, it's also ritual, which is also introduced, retained, and maintained. And it was used since the VOC period. And I think this campaign is contained or resulted a lot of violence, well, killing and the cutting of trees and pushings or local peasant local farmer in several islands in that area to reduce their productions, they reduce their activities in something like that. So would you also willing try to integrate these written things in the documents, but also outside document, which is actually part of the ritual itself, part of the old traditions established during the VOC period, and then apparently continue and keep as it is during the early 19th century. So I think Hongi, it's still there, right? And then well, what else again? The other thing, I guess. Yeah, Hongi is one of it. Which has come to my mind. It's a Hongi, and oh yeah, another thing is religious segregations. The instruction clearly separated local populations based on religion. So Christian couldn't marry with Muslim. So I mean, oh, okay, no, I understand. Maybe this is really the old construction by the VOC, which is then kept and strengthened even more during the colonial period. So, which create tension, of course, later on. And of course, if we talk about the modern time Indonesia with the, of course, reformasi, for example, Ambon become like a religious violence at the time. Maybe the root can be traced. Maybe it's too far, but I mean, yeah, religious segregation. It's very much imposed in that sense. I'm sorry, that's the noise.
No, don't worry.
It's really Indonesian noise. Roti. All right, maybe my last questions. Well, while in Java, we are celebrating not really celebrating, I might be saying too much. We really appreciate what Daendels did, Java, with his revolutionary ideas, with celebrating in good way, but also in bad way, because Daendels also create a lot of tensions and also spark a warfare with Javanese islands, but also Raffles. So in the case of Ambon, the Franco-Dutch regime, which is very short indeed, didn't have legacy at all. Were there any, like, well, also British perhaps? I mean, when I wrote my dissertations, I used this plantation coffee culture of Prenger Stelzer, for example, which is very much of VOC constructions. And then revenue farming, Stelzer is also introduced since earlier, and land taxes, of course, it's introduced by Raffles. And this, I can call it, this is the deep state of the colonial state, the real deal of colonial state, not the diplomacy thing as maybe you can wish it. So in that sense, I mean, were there any deep state in Ambon? Maybe, I don't know if this is the term, it's right or not. It's already there, the structure. So the Dutch is just continuing it and or adopt it a little bit and then just continue under the different construction political arrangement under it's in the Dutch colonial government, Netherlands Indies. So I think that's all my note and thank you so much again for your fascinating presentations. I'm really looking forward to read the final version of your dissertation maybe. hopefully soon, right, Alicia?
Yeah, let's hope so. All right, thank you very much. A lot of questions, and I think, as Sana said yesterday, I now really have a to-do list of many things that I have to look at and take into account. And I don't think time-wise that I have the time to really answer all of your questions, nor the knowledge at this point to really delve into everything. But I think you make very relevant and worthwhile points about translation and about violence, about the deep structure of the colonial state and the way that diplomacy was a role in this. And I especially appreciate your comments about how violence is also a ritual. And I think indeed that I need to emphasize more the way that violence was a part of this. I mentioned it a few times in the paper, but I didn't really think of it as a ritual in itself. So I'm very happy that you make this comment. And it would be interesting indeed to look for some comparisons. I focus mainly on Ambon, but you're right that I think I could also try to integrate some more comparisons either to Banda or to Java. And I'm not really sure whether such instructions existed. I do know that the notion of issuing instructions, that was also something, for example, that was very much initiated by Daendels. So Daendels was someone who was very much focused on centralization, and he wanted to keep away sort of local political cultures because they would interfere with the power from the centralized state. So he was someone who also issued instructions for the Dutch residents and governors. And that's something I think which is quite new, basically. And this process of reissuing these instructions can be part of this, I think. So in that sense, there is a link to Daendels, as you were saying. And I think you're right. I have to sort of emphasize more the way that these instructions were used by the regents themselves. But of course, the sources are often quite scarce and difficult to interpret because they were very often, the notes were made by Dutch administrators. So I have a few meetings where I can see that the Ambonese Rajas, that they understand these instructions and that they use them, that they quote them, or mention them at least. But the sort of the translation process from Dutch to a more local language and the differences that were part of this process, that's something I haven't really had the chance to look at, and I'm not really sure whether I would have the sources to do so. But I think it's a very fair point to look at processes of translation and interpretation. So I'm very happy that you make this point. And indeed, it would be wise to think about comparisons with other places. But that's, of course, quite hard because then it does require a sort of a whole archival period to understand all these documents. And I'm not sure whether I have the time to do so, but it's good at least to be on the lookout. So thank you very much for your comments. And I will work on them, and who knows, maybe in a few weeks I can send you a sort of revised paper, which includes more of the points that you made. But thank you very much. I really appreciate it. So I don't really have a lot of answers now, but at least I'm very happy that you make these points and that I can work on them. Is there any other questions from the audience? Or comments on the paper or the presentation? Alicia, yeah?
Yeah. So thanks, Philip, for your presentation, and also Wahid for your constructive comments on Philip's paper. Philip, while you were presenting your paper, I was trying to think more about Thomas Matulesi and about the Patimura Rising, where that shouldn't play, whether that shouldn't be something that you should look more into. What we often see, or the way it's often described, is that so this uprising came about immediately after the English left Ambon, and the Dutch returned, and it was a great disappointment. So he instigated this rising. But I think it would be worthwhile to look very carefully into what they wanted, or what did Thomas Matulesi want at that point in time. So we know that he was against the return of the monopoly and extirpations and holy voyages that were related to it, and that came with a lot of force. What else did he want? What was he asking for? And we often think in this period in revolutionary terms, but I think there was also in resistance in this age, there was also a lot of conservatism. So maybe a mixture of wanting to keep things as they had been, but at the same time get rid of some of the colonial annoyances that had always been there as well. So I don't know. I thought that maybe that resistance is something that you could unpack more. Maybe not in this paper, but maybe in the chapter later on. That was just a thought.
Yeah, that's a good idea, and I think I could probably to link it to Abdul Wahid's comment to understand the position of the regions better, the broader background and the broader grievances towards the colonial state. I think I could understand them better. Indeed, I think that's a very good point. Through analyzing the Patimura revolt, and that would give me some insight into this broader colonial infrastructure. Yeah, so that's a very good idea. Yeah, and indeed, I'm not sure whether it would be part of this chapter, but I think it would be part of sort of this broader position of the regions, and it would give me a lot of insight into their changing position as well, and take it away from only focusing on their position within the Dutch colonial infrastructure.
Just while you're saying this, I'm also trying to think about your concept of diplomacy and diplomatic culture and how that continues. Is there also a way of turning that around? Now in the paper, you're looking at this from a Dutch point of view. So they are acting as diplomats, well, warriors as well when they arrive, and in the process, they adapt or create a diplomatic culture. But for the regions or the Ambonese or Ankaya, they also have to perform diplomacy in their relation to the Dutch to get what they want, or to so their relation to the instructions also contains maybe old diplomatic patterns from their point of view.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like, okay, we accept this part of, that's kind of, they always want to have it in writing. So, okay, we'll obey to the writing. But then if we can stick to our whatever ritual practices, then it can work both ways or something. I mean, this is just an example I'm thinking of.
Yeah, no,
but I think trying to ask the questions that you're asking from both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
very good point.
Strengthen the paper. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. Looking at the time, is there maybe one final question, or shall we move on?
One minor question.
Yeah, very good.
The rebellion of Patimura, actually in Ambon there was the king of Yogyakarta, Sultan Hamengkubuwono II, who was exiled there. So I just asking whether there is special instruction about that. Because he was accused that there was accusation that the Javanese, part of the Hamengkubuwono followers, become the advisor of the rebellion. So.
Right. Yeah. Good point. I'm not sure. I can look at my notes, and if I find something, I'll let you know. But it's not part of these general instructions. But it's an interesting point, maybe to make a point of comparison or to understand this broader fear that they maybe would have. So thank you for it. It's an interesting remark.
Yeah, thank you.
I will look into it. Okay, then thank you very much for this comment and for all the helpful commentaries. I think that's something I can really work on. So looking at the time, let's move on to the next presentation, which will be given by Professor Sri Margana, and comments will be given by Alicia Schrikker.
Okay, thank you, Philips. Hello, everybody. My name is Sri Margana. I'm of the Department of History, Gajah Mada University. Today, I would like to present my paper that actually already published in a Journal of Wacana from UI Jakarta last year, and I started doing research about this topic since 2 years ago. So those who are already reading this article already familiar with my ideas on this article. Anyway, those who haven't read that, then I would like to present my ideas on this paper. First, share my PowerPoint. Yeah. Sorry. Oh, no problem is. Wait a minute. I lose my back to the meeting. Share screen. And then where is this? Sorry. Yeah. Okay, can you see? Hello, can you see?
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, my paper about religion, communism, and Ratu Adil, colonialism and propaganda literature in 1920s Yogyakarta. So the idea is when I reading an old book, I encounter with this man, Louis Frederick Dingemans. He was a resident of Yogyakarta from 1924 to 1927. It's a very short period of administration, but he gave a lot of things, and many things happened in Yogyakarta. And what is interesting for me is that when I saw a publication for a kind of short novel written in Javanese characters, but also then translate also in Dutch, also translate in Sundanese and Madurese language. So there, and those four novel given a different story. The first novel was about Bebenduning Pangeran Dateng Nagari Ingkang Resah. It means the God's wrath upon restless nations. And the second novel is Bab Sumardi Satunggaling Komunis Ingkang Ingat. It means like Sumardi, the repentant of communists. And the third novel Caritanipun Kacung Dihukum Pangadilan Jalaran Ngobong Omah. It means Kacung is name of a people. Kajong, who was exiled for a burning house. And then the fourth novel, Ceritaning, Ceritaning Simen Ratu Adil Paso. I mean, Simen is the pseudo Ratu Adil. So this fourth novel struck me, and about the content of the novel, I will come back later. But first, let's continue with who is Frederick Dingeman. So all those four novel was presented published in colonial publication called Gegeven over Yogyakarta. This is a kind of annual report written by the resident in 2 volumes, Gegeven over Yogyakarta A and B, and it was published in the Gegeven over Yogyakarta B. What is this? This is a kind of application which actually to promote the reputation of the resident in Yogyakarta. And the reporters contain many various aspects of life in Yogyakarta, including politics, economy, social aspect, even the destination of important sites in Yogyakarta, like tourism, and also promoting the reputation of the government, colonial government, in working together with the Sultan of Yogyakarta. What happened at that time that the main mission of Dingeman as a resident is to collaborate with the Sultan of Yogyakarta to create what they call as a rules and order. Why this has become the main mission of resident in that time? Because during his reign, his administration, there is a development in there's a main colonial interest is the development of plantation economy. In Yogyakarta, there were about 30 sugar factories already, and indigo factories. There's also more others indigo factories, tobacco factories. So almost 100 factories available in Yogyakarta in that period of time. So the main mission is to make sure that the climate the climate and the safety of the whole community, especially Europeans, and creating a healthy climate for the investment, business, industry in Yogyakarta. To make sure that everyone's in a safe conditions and the economic going smoothly in Yogyakarta. And then also they also supporting many kind of infrastructure project like road, bridge. Here in these 2 photos, Resident Dingeman and with the Sultan of Yogyakarta celebrating the new bridge in Yogyakarta. They're opening the new bridge that they just built in Yogyakarta in that time. And there's also supporting infrastructure project on school and irrigation. This the collaboration of both leaders in building a school and also irrigation in Yogyakarta. And then what is actually the challenge? So they have a main missions, but they have also a very challenging situation in that time. I mean the social and political context of Yogyakarta, where Dingeman was a resident. This period we call it the age of agrarian radicalism. If I took the word or the concept that given by Professor Sartono and also by Professor Kuntawijaya, where in that period there is a series of peasant protests. There's also started in Cilegon in 1888 when peasant movement there, and then continued from the West Java until the eastern part of Java, there's a lot of protests led by a local elite, village elite, followed by many peasants integrating in this protest. Their addressing of the law of taxes, and then the low prices of daily needs and things like that. And also the other phenomenon that's very common in that period is labor strikes. In Yogyakarta itself, there in this period, in the late 19th century, there are 10,000 labor from 30 sugar factory involved in the strikes in that time. So it's very much endemic of strike in that period. And it combined with what we call is a religious movement. When Syarikat Islam was formed in 1912, and the same happened to Muhammadiyah, was put in Yogyakarta by Muhammad Dahlan in 1912 as well. They actively promoting the protest against the behavior of the colonial plantation economy. We also know that in that time there's a communist rebellion in 1926, and it was not happened in Yogyakarta, but the issue of communism also popular in Yogyakarta. Even the Communist Party held their first kind of mass gathering in Yogyakarta in that time. That's caused the tension between Muhammadiyah and communists in 1925. There is also social unrest, like in taking the ideology of Ratu Adil. The Ratu Adil is the just king. Many people claim themselves as Ratu Adil, and then promoting and provoking people to rebel against the Dutch colonial government. And there's also important aspect is social disorder, where criminalities, the addiction of opium and others petty criminalities happen and almost every day in Yogyakarta in that time. So all this context, socio-political context, where Dingaman was a resident in Yogyakarta. And then what Dingaman has to do with in dealing with this kind of situation, and he make a kind of propaganda, but he took a persuasive method, non-repressive method, by using literature as a way of communication with the society. As we know that the colonial government has actively in institutionalizing the publication, colonial publication like Balai Pustaka, that produce literatures in many fields that differentiate between the white literature and the formal literature by the government. So the colonial government introduced which literature that should be written and deserve to be written by society, and which one is not deserved. So there's a selection of literature by Balai Pustaka. And also there are so many others colonial publication, including the Gegeven over Yogyakarta that I have mentioned before, published by Dingaman. The main target why literature was taken was because of the, especially in the elites, those who literate, mostly in Yogyakarta, most of the literate people is among the elites. And there are a significant number of literate people in Yogyakarta in that time. This can be proved by there's so many publications in whether it's government or a private publication in Yogyakarta. In the time, Golf and Buning is one of the very famous publisher in Yogyakarta, which published a lot of literature works in that time. So it means that the elites become the main agency or collaborator of this propaganda. Let's now back to the main story of the fourth novel in that published by Dingeman in the Gegevens over Yogyakarta. And the first novel, I'd like to analyze this with what I call as a post-colonial perspective. In this idea, in this theory that literature was dealing with language. It means compilation of language as a unit and sign to provide a fertile ground for the interaction of ideologies, according to Anialomba. And institutionalization of literature is part of the colonial education system, and granting themselves, I mean the colonizer, with cultural authority. Colonial literature also reflect the dominant ideologies, encode the tension, complexities, and the nuance of colonial culture. And the last, according to Anialomba, colony is understood through the filter of their own ideologies and perspective. So from this kind of perspective, I'll try to analyze the fourth story of the published by Dingeman. So actually, the first story was actually a way of insulting Muhammadiyah in that time. Dingeman has a personal conflict with the people from Muhammadiyah because in that time, the birth of Muhammad, Prophet Muhammad, which has become the big celebration among the Muslim and also the Kraton of Yogyakarta, was come at the same time with the Christmas time, with the Christmas in that time, and so Dingeman suggesting to the sultans to postpone the celebration of Prophet Muhammad after the Christmas. So this, escalate the tension between Muhammadiyah and the colonial government and the resident as a personal at that time. And the resident was accused to be proponent of the Christianization in Yogyakarta in that time. And so the first story that telling about the role of Kiai, Islamic Kiai, who failed to to make the society become a good citizen. In the first story, Bebenduning Pangeran Datang Negari Ingkang Resah, telling about a Kiai who lives in a land where all people behave deviantly, and the molimo, main, minum, madon, maling, and maling, gambling, drinking, opium use, theft, and warring are practiced openly. And the Kiai travel from village to village, urging local residents and abandon this habit. However, this effort is in vain, and he is mocked. One day, an angel approached the Kiai and demand him to leave the land. The god would soon smite it with a great disaster. The Kiai tries to negotiate with the angel, asking that God's wrath not to be brought upon the land. It would also kill good people, he said. The angel responded that if the Kiai could find 50 good people, God would not bring disaster to the land. But finally, that the Kiai could not negotiate with the angel because there is no single people having a good behavior. And finally, the land was disappeared because of the flooding, because of the earthquake and the volcanoes eruption in that time. So that's the first story. It seemed like this insulting Muhammadiyah in that time, that there's a massive movement of religious movement in Yogyakarta, but
they failed to, to create a good citizenship, where behavior of those people who, doing a bad habit of, they fail to bring that to the good ways of, like the religion has addressed it. And the second story, second novel, was about Sumardi, satunggaling komunis ingkang enget, telling about a man named Sumardi who was attracted to be a communist and tried to influence his friend named Matahir to join the Communist Party, but he refused it. And then the Matahir asking Sumardi to come to his friends called Lucas. Lucas is a Christian priest, and Lucas has made Sumardi realize that join the communists is a wrong decision and the wrong ideas, and then he could influence him to quit from the communism, and then even he got a kind of job from Lucas because Sumardi was a jobless people. So actually, this is kind of also criticizing a religious leader in that time, where colonizer religion, is mean Christian people, represented by Lucas, could offer more concrete solution of social problems. So they not only influence people to quit communism, but also giving them a jobs to him. And then the third short story is actually like a stigmatization of indigenous behavior with ignorance of other safety. And it was telling about the Kachung, a name of a young people in a village, where he has celebrating a kind of party, but ignoring the warranty from the government, and then caused the burning of a house, and then he was blamed to be the cause of the burning, and then he was exiled to other islands in that time. So it like this is kind of a stigmatization of indigenous behavior, which the government already warned, but he continues his party and make a kind of this kind of disaster. And the last story, and the fourth story, is about Ratu Adil, the pseudo Ratu Adil, the false claiming. There's a man named Simin who claimed himself as a Ratu Adil, and then try to manipulate his people to give him a lot of money as a king, and then in return he will give him prosperity to the people. But suddenly the people there reported to the police, and he was captured by the police. So this is kind of colonial, what we call it, colonial mockery of the commoners as subversive activities, portraying them as lacking of political savvy and as easily being caught by the police. So this is kind of representation of the phenomenon, and that very become popular in that period. And what I now come to the conclusions that literature was a very important element of colonialism in that time, and very useful tool of colonial propaganda. It's representing important elements. First, it underscored European hegemony and superiority presenting them with more civilized and capable of monitoring socio-political behavior and creating good colonial citizens, good conduct of colonial citizenship. And literature also canonized code of good conduct and set sanction for the violator. And this also presenting a kind of native narrativism using local language as means of communication, but at the same time, they also clearly distinguishing between language and the colonizer and colonized. And the last, I can say that colonial propaganda literature was replaced with mockery of indigenous behavior that were seen as emphasizing religious performity over the ability to provide solution and promote progress. So this is a way of colonial, a kind of colonial fashion in educating and creating a good citizenship by introducing through the literature. But at the same time, looking from the colonial perspective, but actually this fourth story was also to create a kind of binary opposition about the colonial people, which has a good conduct, and the local people who always has a bad behavior and bad conduct. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. And let's proceed with comments by Dr. Alicia Schikke.
Somehow I can't see the full screen anymore.
I think because it's still sharing the presentation.
But at least I can see Margana now. That's good.
Okay, let's stop there.
So thanks. Thanks, Margana. I greatly enjoyed reading your paper and just listening to you just now. I think your discussion of those 4 novels or short stories maybe is absolutely fascinating. And I had no idea they existed. You dug them up, I don't know, the Kaitilve or?
Yes, it was in Kaitilve collection.
I
took it.
But it's funny because I knew that Dingemanse existed. When I was reading your paper, I thought, that name rings a bell. And suddenly I remembered that I had a student a couple of years ago who wrote a paper on Dingemanse, but not on the basis of these novels, but on the way he reported in Dutch. Yeah. And I had come across him at first because he was a resident in Kediri before he came to Yogyakarta.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And in Kediri, he was in charge of taking care of the victims of the Chruch eruption. Yeah. So the first report I found of Dingemanse was on his relief operation for the Chruch victims. And so that's how I became interested in him. And then I had this student who looked at all the reports that he wrote. But I had no idea that he'd written these short stories in Japanese as well. So I'm really happy things are coming together here. When I was reading your paper, Margana, I'm thinking of Abi's presentation yesterday. I thought, would Dingemanse and Tillema, would they have liked each other? Would they have had interesting conversations? I think they might have. And I'll explain a little bit more what I'm thinking of. I really like your post-colonial reading of these stories that he wrote for a Japanese audience. I kept on wondering, you said they were probably written for an elite audience. Do you think they were written for adults or for children? I was just curious because I don't know. I think Yogyakarta adults might not have enjoyed the stories that much. The children can be influenced maybe more through such stories. And another thing I was thinking of, another theme that comes into the stories is religion. So you're talking about his tensions with the Muhammadiyah, that religion is also used, and with religion here, I think we mean Dutch Protestantism. For example, in the story about the communists, I think he is, well, I'm curious, he is talking about Protestantism there as well, I think, or isn't he? And so that's another question. And the reason why I think religion matters here is because from what I know of this Dingemans is that he was a very, very religious person. I even read somewhere that when he left Yogyakarta, his colleagues, his Dutch colleagues, said, well, it's better that he's left because he was over religious and overzealous, and he was actually causing a lot of problems. So his religion drove him, but his religion also caused problems. And I guess the example of his tension with Muhammadiyah over Christmas is an example of that. So if he was extremely religious or a Protestant extremist, maybe, or maybe I'm overdoing it now, but that is how he was depicted somewhat. What does this say about the colonial in general? I mean, are we talking here about a very specific person who's doing very specific things, or can we generalize from this? And that again reminded me somewhat of Abi's paper yesterday, where he brought forward Tillema's ideas about hygiene. It's also one person, one man who has this vision. But I don't mean to say that we can't extract from these individuals more general ideas about the colonial mind or colonial ideology, because I think we can. And what I know from those other reports of Dingemans is that he's not only influenced by his own Protestantism, which he very clearly displays in his humanitarian acts, the way he cares for orphans, for example. He sets up orphans after the Chruch eruption. He sets up these houses for them. First, they have to become proper Christians in the process. It's part of his deal. But he's influenced by Protestantism, but also by sociology, I think. And I wondered whether you, in the stories, you find sociological reflections as well. And I think that those two elements, Protestantism, a Protestant drive, and this sociological worldview, is what we also saw in Abi's paper. Yeah. So I think those are, even though these are very specific persons we're talking about, with sometimes I think in the case of Dingemans, certainly some strange characteristics, we can, I think, use them to get a more general sense of this colonial mind that they. But I am curious whether you see this sociological worldview as well in the stories. And then I have another question, or something that I was thinking about. So Dingemans was born in Palembang in the 1870s, and his mother came from Semarang, and his father, I think, from the Netherlands, but worked in Aceh and later for the Billiton company. So throughout his life, this Dingemans, or at least until he entered office in Kediri, by then he was 49, and he had lived in the Netherlands only for 4 or 5 years for his Indological training. So it's interesting to think about how this person was shaped, how his ideas were shaped. he was very much a man coming from within colonial society, I think. But also, and maybe that's, I wonder whether that explains maybe his viewpoints or position in relation to the sort of modern movements that he also writes about in the story. So his relation with communism is that he comes partly from that old colonial world, and it has been changing very fastly, of course, and then very rapidly in the 1910s and 1920s. So I was just wondering whether it's his Dutchness or his colonialness that has shaped him. And yeah, I think that's my last point, because we're running out of time. Very interesting. I greatly enjoyed it, Margana. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I maybe suggest to keep the response quite brief, so then there's time for maybe one more question or one or two, okay?
Okay, let's just collect that question so I can answer all together.
Okay, yeah, sure, that's also possible. Yeah. Are there any other questions that people have? Yeah, Yudha?
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Margana. It's a wonderful paper. I enjoy this tremendously. And my question continues Alicia's question, but my question is more on the side of the readers now. How did the readers accept the Dingemann's writings? And especially if you could give us a little more background on how the Christian readers accepted that, how the Muslim readers accepted these writings. Because when I read your description of the 4 novels or short stories, the first one is biblical. It is the story of Abraham in the book of Genesis. It's just the Bible being retold in Javanese for the people in Yogyakarta. So I'm very surprised, of course, and as what Alicia said, is this Christianization? Because given his background and so on and so forth. So reactions both from the Christian and the Muslim.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, then maybe a brief response from you, Professor.
Okay. First, thank you, Alicia and Yudha. Yeah, so put together Tillemans yesterday, talking by Abi and Dingemans. Of course, I'm especially talking about a specific person, of course. I do not make generalizations. And that's why in my title, I put it in Yogyakarta in the 1920s to make it very specific. That is, it's happened on the, and Dingemans is also different from other residents that ever placed in Yogyakarta in the period of colonialism in that time. So I could say that he's quite a specific person who has a specific personalities, also characteristic. Yes, it's true that he was really religious, and this is only one case that I show in my paper about the tension between him and also Muslim people in Yogyakarta. There's other also tension that, for instance, he was accused of being supporting to the Christianization, then to then acting as a kind of a leader for the whole people, for the whole whether it's no matter whether it's Christian or Islam in Yogyakarta in that time. So he just could not hide himself as a religious people who always attract to to do something based on the belief, on the ideology, on the religion that he follows. And then also I could say that actually he's very genius. I think because he's understand the society very well. That's why the way he took
more persuasive way of method, to propaganda, to promote the anti-communism and anti-criminalism and any other misconduct, is because he's very understand about the social situation. He has learned a lot in Kediri when he was a resident there, and then he was involved in so many social problems in Java. That's why, of course, his sociological reflection also has his experience in the society has also influenced, not only because of religious belief. So I agree with you that perhaps if I could say more in other research about this man and the way he was doing in Yogyakarta during his reign, his administration, it's very more interesting. What sadly that actually his anticipation was right, because when he started promoting the propaganda anti-communism, and suddenly a communist rebellion happened in Yogyakarta. So he was right about this situation, that he soon has to do something. And his anticipation was right, because the rebellion was not happen in Yogyakarta. The communist rebellion mostly happened in West Java, but not in Yogyakarta. So actually there's a kind of result also from this propaganda and that he did in that time. And but of course the Governor General in Batavia, he more concerned about the worst situation, the relationship between the Sultan and the resident. In the case of Grebek, on the Prophet Muhammad festivity, and also the Islamic society in Yogyakarta. And that's why he was fired. I can say he was replaced and then sent back to Holland at that time. But actually, Dingman has very close relationship with the Sultan. As when Dingman was returned to Holland, the Sultan of Yogyakarta gave him a very interesting present, a gift, which is a beautiful album of the royal album in that time. Perhaps I can share you one of the. This is. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the album that now kept in the museum, World Heritage Museum in Leiden, I think. What do you call it? A World Heritage Museum or Cultural Museum, or World Cultural Museum in Leiden?
Museum of World Cultures.
Museum of World Culture. It's there. And this is complete albums of the family of the Sultan of Yogyakarta, Sultan number 8. And also few photos of Dingaman and his family at the same album. So it's to prove that actually what happened, the tension about the Christmas and Prophet Muhammad celebration was not really personal. So this is show the proof of this, the good relationship between them. But I don't know. This is thank you for the information that that Dingaman only 5 years in Holland, and then is it then returned to Indonesia? I like to have that more information, and also the work of your student, perhaps that written about this Dingaman. I would be happy to read the thesis or the writing. And the last of Pak Yudha, from the perspective of the readers, this is also a question from Alicia, whether it's children or adult. The reader was surely as an adult, because it is published in the colonial report, like given over Yogyakarta, which is actually, it seemed that this publication has accepted as a very good, acceptance from the society, because in the forward, in the publication, the forward of the publication, Tingeman said that because of so many requests from the audience about this publication, that's why the publication is reprinted again. So it was repeatedly reprinted, this report, and also, of course, at the same time, all the four story also reprinted in that publication. It means that, of course, it's not a matter about the four story, but it means that this the colonial publication is very popular, and I haven't really looking at the reader perspective, but I could only show this, that the fact that this publication was reprinted in that time. So perhaps also interesting to know, because I also show that the story about the four story that published in this publication, then also translate in Sundanese, also translate in Maduris, also then published in other publication. And the manuscript that I found in Leiden was actually in the collection of the here, if you see this Netherlands Bible in where is that? Gereformeerd Kerken in Baren, Netherlands, sending organization there. So actually, it is the collection of this institution. It means that actually this literature has spread not only in Indonesia, not only in Netherlands, India, not only in Java, Central Java, Yogyakarta, but also the whole Netherlands, India in different languages. That's what I can respond.
All right, perfect. I think that's a nice way to finish the first two presentations. And we had originally planned for a break of 30 minutes, but if you would agree, then we reduce that to 15 so we can stick to the schedule. So let's have a 15-minute break, and then it will recommence in a quarter of an hour. See you soon.
Thank you.
All right. Has everyone returned? I see that the speaker is already here.
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, then I would suggest that we recommence and start again with the next presentations, because we've got quite a full schedule ahead with the last 3 presentations, and then afterwards there will be some closing remarks to really finish it off and to look for some interesting connections between our different researches. So that's the schedule. And we'll start the next session with a presentation by Uji Nugroho Winardi. So if you want to, please go ahead, and maybe you can quickly introduce yourself to the rest of the group.
Okay, thank you, Philips. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I would like to start with the screen sharing. Okay, I'm grateful to the organizer for having me in this virtual conference. My name is Uji Nugroho Winardi, member of History Department, Fakultas Ilmu Budaya UGM. I was Alicia student in Encompass program, and now I'm doing research on corruption, which actually has nothing to do with this presentation. My today talk is based on my personal interest on the visual element in history, by which I'm trying to make fuller use of map as well as atlases, and hoping to introduce spatial and pictorial turn on writing history, especially in Indonesia. Before I start, can you see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. This presentation chronicles the development of terrestrial knowledge in Indonesia by following the publication, circulation, and also the use of atlases since the colonial time to the early Indonesian independence era. A special attention is given to the transition period in the 1950s to understand the knowledge transfer processes. The production of atlas in the colonial time had begun since the mid of 19th century. It continued in the post-colonial Indonesia. Having interrupted during the war, it revived in the early 1950s. Interestingly, the importance of atlas making elevated during the transitional years. The question is simply, why? Colonialism prompted and promoted development of terrestrial knowledge about the archipelago, especially by introducing modern cartography and producing geographical literatures. The Indonesia Topography Sedins, established around 1864, implied that the colonial state has set to adopt modern cartography regime to outfit the modern standard and to match with its European counterparts. Regardless the lack of manpower and resources, this institution had displayed an impressive work. During the colonial time, a spate of cartographic material and geographic literature were produced, for instance, Bayefet Compendium on Borneo, in which spatial knowledge become important features. Another example is Jekaka Endowen by Drachen Tot de Geographisch van Borneo Wester Afdeling, that consists of an extensive ethnographic narrative and a handful detail of map of the region, written based on the data compiled during his map-making survey in Borneo. Endowen was one of the pioneers of mapping the island of Borneo. However, those examples form what I would like to call a secluded knowledge, whereas cartography maps serve particular objectives, for example, policy making, military purposes, economic expansion, and other publications such as Book of Faith and Endowen addressed to specific audience, scholars, or well-educated readers. Atlases popularized the image of the colony in different fashion. Unlike cartographic map that mostly obsessed with geodetic accuracy, atlas or book of map is a popular medium to transfer certain information or knowledge in a spatial related presentation for its capacity to reach a wider audience and to serve multiple purposes. Since the mid of the 19th century, Indonesian archipelago had featured in the Dutch atlases and school maps as one of the main subjects of geographic teaching and in primary and secondary school in the Netherlands, and then become a standard subject in the Dutch School of Cartography. Peter Melville van Cranby, hope I spell his name correctly, a hydrographer and former adjutant of Governor-General van den Bosch, compiled about 25 plates of map to feature the first comprehensive atlas of the Netherlands Indies. Unfortunately, he passed away in a premature death before completing the project. His successor was a prominent colonial cartographer, W.F. Versteeg, the first director of the Colonial Topography Department after the restructurization, and he added about 30 plates of map to materialize what's so-called as Algemeen Atlas van Nederland Indië. Firstly launched in 1862, it claimed that the publication came from official sources and published with the approval of the government. The atlas was published by Van Haren, Norman and Kolff, a publication house in Batavia, and circulated in the Netherlands by W.J. van Norman and Kolff, a publication house in W.J. van Haren Norman in Zaltbomen. It consists of 60 pages of colorful maps printed in a long folio paper. Almost half was dedicated to Java. A bundle of this atlas cost more than 140 Netherlands gulden, but each map was also sold separately, which priced about 2.5 until up to 15 Netherlands gulden for a single sheet. Considering the price of the publication apparently targeted privileged person, mainly in the Netherlands. In the advertisement we can find in the newspaper, it was mentioned that the atlas will fulfill the interests of members of the State General, head of minister, government officer, landowner, merchant, manufacturers, and everyone who interested in the overseas property. The non-cartographic aspect of the publication, such as the format, price, and advertisement, imply that the Algemeen Atlas, more than a piece of geographical references book, it was also sort of luxurious collection and form of visual culture. Versteeg issued another work titled Atlas, yaitu kitab yang isinya gambar-gambar dunia dan sekalian tanah. Atlas was book of the earth surface and its land, printed in Netherlands with the support of the government. With only 20 new map included, it was much more simpler rather than his earlier publication. And the price was also enormously cheaper, as it cost only 5 gulden each book. The most interesting part of this atlas was the use of Malay language and geographical local term, which will be difficult for the European reader to consult. Some even for our contemporary Indonesian, such as gunung, sungai, rancah means swamp, tasik or danau, lake. And therefore this publication, also known as the Malaysia Atlas, to overcome the linguistic problem, it obtained influence and supervision from A.B. Cohen Stewart and P.J. Vet. This 19th century atlas was credited for its contribution to introduce the non-Eurocentric view by putting ASEAN as a pivot. School atlases become an important addition to the making of spatial knowledge in the colony. According to Verian Ormeling Jr., a geographic professor in Utrecht, the first school atlas to the colony was published in 1880s, based on atlas of the Netherlands with several Indonesian maps attached. So based on a map of the Netherlands and then attached with several Indonesian maps. Some school atlas then produced in the colony with the involvement of some colonial educators. For instance, Atlas van Nederland Oost-Indie by W. van Gelder, inspector of indigenous school in the colony. That its second edition appeared in the following 9 years under a different title, School Atlas van Nederland Oost-Indie. It informed the reader that the Malay version of the atlas was also available to supplement the Indische Lagere Scholen. Regardless, the atlas was criticized due to the lack of geodetic precision, and its lithography was done in a very old-fashioned technique. This atlas became one of the most extensive atlas publications since it was continuously issued until the end of the colonial state. School atlas also opened for Indonesian involvement, such as Sultan Abbas Sultan Pamuntjak, who contributed to the language translation for Atlas Hindia Nederland dan keterangan-keterangannya untuk sekolah Melayu di Tanah Jawa. Another type of map is the narrative atlas that became another popular geographical literature introduced in the colony. It was an amalgamation of pictorial aspects depicting the Earth's surface, natural features, and landscape. Text was employed as a powerful element on the atlas. Description of each geographical object not only comprehend topographical information, but also persuade its reader to explore the world imaginarily. Needless to say, the hallmark of the atlas making in the Netherlands Indy was the publication of the most comprehensive atlas of the colony. It was called Atlas van Tropisch Nederland, jointly issued by the KNAG and the Indische Topographische Dienst. After long delay, mainly due to the financial problem, this atlas was eventually materialized in 1938. It was a scientific atlas of the Netherlands Indy that also demonstrated the extent of the colonial knowledge upon its colony. Besides its impressive pictorial presentation, the atlas also comprehends extensive geographical data and accommodate knowledge about the history, economy, population, natural resources, as well as culture and society of the colony that were illustrated in diagrammatic representation. Featuring this publication, a linguistic map done by S.J. Esser and chart of the population and chart of indigenous education by Lekkerkerken. This publication also made a manifest about the development of spatial knowledge in the Netherlands Indy had significantly improved in parallel with the science advancement, especially geography and cartography, but on the other hand, also reflected the extent of colonialism itself. The atlas production and circulation during the transitional years were influenced by several interlocking factors. Firstly, the war interrupted atlas production since the beginning of the 1940s. That strongly correspond with the second factor, namely the closure of publication house either in Indonesia or in the Netherlands. Another important change to note was the institutional transformation from the State Topography Bureau from the colonial to Indonesia, which one called as Jabatan Topografi Angkatan Darat. This process apparently took place smoothly, at least according to the Indonesian report, thanks to the former colonial cartography department that had trained and employed Indonesians. In the transition period, the production of Indonesian geographical knowledge was also strengthened by the contribution of some Dutchmen. For instance, J.A.A. Wenkhoff, a Dutchman who aligned to the Indonesian side, and some Indonesia officers who had trained abroad. Due to the matter of time, detail of the institutional transfer process will not be presented right now. I jump to the making of Atlas in the transitional period. That was engineered by some enthusiastic individuals, and again, the instrument role of the publishing house as demonstrated by De Brugge, Amsterdam. Established by Matthias van Randwijk, the chief editor of the Dutch weekly Vrij Nederlands, and Cornelis de Koning, De Brugge promoted and circulated various kinds of material, mostly the non-Europe oriented, and aimed to fulfill general interest to science for people in Indonesia, as well as the Netherlands Antilles. While De Brugge found in the Netherlands, Perkumpulan Waringin that dedicated for similar purpose was also instituted in Jakarta by Ahmad Jamaluddin Adinegoro, Sultan Pamuntjak, and Itoyo. Later, they worked jointly with De Brugge to bridge the relation between Indonesia and the Netherlands. Thus, an Indonesian word jembatan, which is also equivalent with De Brugge, was added in the company name. This publisher played importantly in the making atlases for Indonesia. The production of the first Indonesian-made atlas was initiated by Ahmad Jamaluddin, or also familiar with his pseudonym Adi Negoro, an Indonesian writer and the former journalist of Mimbar Negara. During his stay in Amsterdam in 1950s, Jamaluddin, who had studied geography, cartography in Germany around 1926, and had published a travel journal in Panji Pustaka, attempt to materialize a comprehensive atlas for Indonesia. Besides concerning the lack of Indonesian atlas, this publication was also intended to promote Indonesian or Asian point of view in encompassing the world geography. At the beginning of the atlas making, Jamaluddin was helped by his cousin, Adam Bakhtiar, and an ethnology teacher in Adam Bakhtiar School in Gondang Dia called Sutopo. Later, to Dutch geographer who previously had worked for the revised edition of Post Atlas, a famous school atlas in the Netherlands, called Heinemeyer and Romein, also involved giving a final touch upon this publication. After working about 2 years, Atlas Semesta Dunia eventually published by the Brug Jembatan in Amsterdam and regarded as one of the most comprehensive atlas in this period. It was an amalgamation of pictorial and narrative content presented in 256 pages to include map, photo, and text that also enhanced the reader's spatial imagination. In the same years, in 1952, its compact version titled Atlas Semesta Dunia untuk Sekolah Lanjutan was also launched by the trio without Heinemeyer and Romein. The preface of the fourth edition mentioned that the map of Africa had been added to adjust with the current geopolitical change and to promote knowledge upon this region, especially after the Asia-African Conference in 1955. Additionally, it also confirmed that the atlas followed dynamic political situation, therefore the more updated atlas were reprinted frequently. Interestingly, those atlas devoted some pages to elaborate the solar system. As far as I'm concerned, this issue, the issue related with the solar system had never been appeared in the previous atlas's publication. The author themselves admitted that solar system was not subject to the study of geography, but they believe that this information will be an important addition for Indonesian readers, at least for two reasons. Firstly, it aimed to design the Earth as part of the galaxy and inform the audience that the Western science, they call as ilmuwan bangsa kulit putih, were in race to explain the wonder of the universe. Secondly, it was also a response to the galactic exploration and Star Wars happening during the Cold War. School Atlas, another important contribution in this period, were mostly done by Indonesian teacher. In 1953, Adam Bakhtiar, he was actually father of Indonesian historian and sociologist, the late Professor Harsha Bakhtiar, composed Atlas Indonesia dan Dunia Luarnya, dedicated to utilize the study of geography in sekolah rakyat or primary school. This atlas was published and circulated by Y.B. Walter Jakarta. Another contribution, Bumi Kita, Atlas Benua-Benua, was composed by Sukarno, supposed a geographic teacher, not the president, with the help of Dijkstra, who worked on the cartographic section. It was a simple and colorful atlas compiling 19 pages of map published by Penerbitan dan Balai Buku Indonesia, a Jakarta Amsterdam-based publisher, in 1954. It was also non-scholastic atlas dedicated to the student of Sekolah Rakyat to complement the use of Adam Bakhtiar Atlas Indonesia. In 1956, Jambatan issued another thematic map titled Atlas Sejarah, Historical Atlas, dedicated to enrich study material for any school level. This publication was materialized through the hand of Muhammad Yamin, an influential Indonesian writer, politician, as well as half-brother of Jamaluddin Adi Negoro I mentioned previously. Since very few, if there are any, Atlas gave attention to the evolution of the nation state. This atlas was an important addition. The author Indonesian-centric virtue was clear-cut. Yamin Historical Atlas bore a strong contrast to historical content in the previous publication of Atlas van Tropisch Netherlands. The history in this atlas was presented in chronological order to follow this periodization: prehistory, before the early human migration; proto-history, Chinese influence, the age of local kingdom, the international era, and the years of independence. The author intention to put Indonesia within global dynamic. Indonesia di atas dunia, the title is, correspond to his strong attention to the glorious past of Nusantara, Sriwijaya, Majapahit, and Islamic royal houses. Yamin constructed Indonesia as a historical unit by giving evidence from the visualization of Nusantara according to Mpu Prapanca, as we can see in the screen. Atlas production in the 1950s not only elevated number of publications that become important addition to the development of geoliteracy in Indonesia, but also significantly introduced Indonesian-centric point of view. So what we can render from the history of atlas making. A century of atlas making in Indonesia demonstrated a major shift in spatial related knowledge that departed from secluded knowledge, or somebody may call sacred knowledge, only available for certain privileges, individual or agency, as displayed in the publication of the Algemeen Atlas, to popular knowledge can be accessed by a lot of people. The transnational period gave Indonesian atlas maker a wider opportunity to involve in the production and circulation of geographic literature, since personal relation had become an influential part of the early Indonesian atlas making. Sort of a biographical approach for or examination will be required to understand how Indonesian knowledge in the post-colonial era was constructed beyond the state or formal relation. Furthermore, the post-colonial period was also momentum for Indonesians to articulate their idea about the geography of the nation and to promote Indonesian or Asian-centric worldview in their work. One may argue that the Indonesian-made atlas prompted radical change to deconstruct the colonial knowledge, as the use of Indonesian spelling would decolonize the colonial toponym, for instance. Unfortunately, it has only very few pieces of evidence. The best instance is Jakarta to replace Batavia or Betawi. Even Bogor, that commonly assumed as an Indonesian name to modify the Dutch Buitenzorg, had been surfaced earlier in some Malaysia atlas from the colonial era. Whereas Indonesian as geographical unit was a colonial construction. As a result of the modern cartography, atlas publication during the transitional period displayed a particular continuation from the previous process of knowledge making. Notwithstanding this, Indonesian atlases have popularized geographical construction to be employed as an instrument of identification of nationhood, to recall Tongchai Wini Chakul idea of geobody of the nation. Since atlas provides solid identification of nationhood, the importance of the atlas publication elevated during the 1950s, when the word geopolitics was renewed and their new interstate delineation were need to redraw. Thank you for your patience, for letting me finish my story. I stop at my presentation at this point. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Let's have a virtual round of applause. Very good. Thank you very much for the interesting talk. Let's continue with the comments by Alexander van der Meer.
Yes. Uchi, thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. I also read your paper with great interest and thought it was very well structured, and you really present your argument very well and in a strong manner. It is very interesting how you narrate the making of spatial knowledge and geographical literacy from the colonial time to the early national era, and in your article especially focus on the transfer of knowledge in the traditional period, and I think you argue that very well, also by looking at, for example, how the same persons are involved in colonial and post-colonial spatial knowledge construction, and how these bodies of knowledge on the one hand are transferred between these two periods, but also transformed and used by different knowledge regimes. My main questions and maybe also comments especially focus on how you contextualize your subject, because you now focus very much on the spatial knowledge construction and also geographical literacy. But I would ask you and maybe also encourage you to think about how to embed this subject in maybe a wider topic, maybe the wider topic of knowledge production, both in colonial period and post-colonial period. So how does geographical and spatial knowledge production fit in the larger knowledge production in the colonial and post-colonial period? And maybe also look at knowledge practices, because now you focus on these maps, which are very interesting. But what happened with these maps, and what audiences did it reach, or what practices revolved around the use of these maps, right? How was it taught in schools? What information was then conveyed to different audiences with using these maps? And let's see. My third point is also, you have the knowledge production in general, which could embed your subject, but maybe you also have the scientific discourse, which were prevalent at different periods of time, which could give a clearer light on the relevance of your topic. Because, for example, you focus on late 19th and early 20th century map production. But at the same time, this was also a period where missionaries, for example, my subject, but also early anthropologists and also many other scientists were collecting ethnographic, but also geographic and spatial data in the Dutch East Indies. And there is actually quite a body of literature on the knowledge practices, the knowledge regime, the scientific discourse, and maybe also the colonial designs with which these scientists were collecting knowledge, publishing knowledge, also spatial knowledge, which could also give a clearer embeddedness of your subject within these larger topics of knowledge collection and production. And the same, of course, also goes for the post-colonial period. So how did it fit in the larger pattern of knowledge production in post-colonial Indonesia, and also in the new narrative that the state wanted to present its people? And then these knowledge practices, you mentioned in your article that you don't look at school maps, right? Like the large maps that were installed in schools. And I guess that is a very probably a choice that you could motivate. But on the other hand, it does seem, and I seem to know this from some literature I read on missionaries, that there are sources with which you could, for the late 19th century, and I think the 20th century too, delve into this subject, which could elaborate on how this spatial knowledge was actually used in these different contexts. And regarding the post-colonial Indonesia, your map from Yamin, the historical atlas of, I think, 1954, to just give an example, you mentioned that this map also served to move beyond the frame of the nation state and see Indonesia, I think, more as a cultural entity, right? Nusantara. But at the same time, of course, this was also a period, because in this map you saw East Timor, you saw Papua New Guinea, you saw Malaysia and Singapore, basically all as part of Indonesia, right? And this was also a period in which there were territorial disputes over these areas. I think it was also around the time when there was the confrontatie with Malaysia, right? And the territorial dispute over Singapore. So this, I guess, could also shed a different light on indeed moving beyond this national frame with regards to maps. But there was also this political context, right, in which Indonesia as a new nation state had to establish itself internationally also as a independent nation state with some territorial demands. Yeah, so those I think are my main comments. This embeddedness of your spatial geographical knowledge in a larger context of knowledge production, scientific discourse, and these knowledge practices surrounding your maps and your spatial knowledge, to which I think in many occasions this political context, especially in the post-independence era, does play a role. But thank you very much. I found it very, very fascinating, and I think also very, you present a very, very complete overview of the spatial knowledge production in the colonial and post-colonial era. And even though you mentioned that you abandoned the subject quite a time ago and now delve into something different, from the elaborateness with which you contextualize and comment all these maps, it seems like you continued this subject, delving into this subject until this day. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Alexander. Would you like to respond immediately, or?
Only very quick response. I would like to say thanks a lot. Thanks. Thank you very much. You give me a lot of insight, and completely you are correct. I accept all of your comment, because you know that if you wrote something, it's maybe the first chapter, and the next chapter will be your comment, will be what should I say, content of the next chapter. Yeah, and I also admit that I not abandoned, but I cannot trace the world map in Indonesia that produced from the colonial time. But actually, I can see a lot in Leiden, but I can make use in this for my article, to write this article. Again, Alexander, thank you very much. I'm very grateful for your comment. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. And let's open the floor up to a broader discussion. Who would like to ask a question or give a comment on Uji's paper? Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes, Uji, thank you for the presentation. I really enjoyed it, and congratulations on the draft of the paper. Just one question: when you say school atlas, what does it refer to? Is it the atlas used as a teaching material at schools or in schools, or is it the atlas that shows the spread of schools in the Netherlands Indies? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Agus. Where is, I think, Uji,
Yes.
is he still here?
Oh, no, she's there. He's still there.
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry. Internet problem.
Well, would you like to respond, Uji? Yeah, your mic is muted.
Yeah, sorry, I can't hear Mas Agus' question, Dr. Agus Wigno question, because I got internet problem just recently. Could you please reply for me?
Well, maybe you can ask the question again.
Yes, okay. My question was, when you mention school atlas, what does it exactly refer to? Is it the the atlas that was used as a teaching material in schools, or was it the atlas that shows the spread of the schools all over the Netherlands Indies? Okay. That's my actually first question. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And what is your second question, please? If I may.
My second question will depend on your answer. I'm sorry.
I mentioned school atlas here to refer as atlas that utilized for teaching as a teaching material in the school. That is mostly the atlas is teaching material.
Okay.
Okay.
That's very
next, please.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Can I still raise another question?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Then that will be very interesting to see further, because in the end of your presentation, you mentioned on the making of the use of atlas in the making of the, sort of conceptualized idea about the Netherlands Indies, right? And so no, but I'm just wondering whether you can further enhance the analysis on, the making of the atlases as also part of the, part of the way, the making of the colonial state in a different sense. I mean, in a sense of education and also imagination about maybe unity or integration of the areas and something like that. So I just wondering whether it would be also relevant for your work. And then thank you.
May I respond directly very quick?
Yeah,
Thank you, Mas Agus, for the next question. I do really agree, and I estimate myself, because it's still need to further elaboration and also employ more document. But I just try to translate Winnie Changkul idea of the geobody of a nation. And as I presented in the first picture, John Brackensick sketch on the Groene Amsterdammer, there is a woman handling jewelry that's shaped Indonesian archipelago. I have sort of imagination that's what construct our imagination about dari Sabang, from Sabang to Merauke, berjajar pulau-pulau, light island. It is truly conceptualized the Atlas book, and also in the school atlas, and actually also in the Wandel atlas, wall atlases. So it gives notion and also imagination that we live here, and the idea of geographical knowledge is the way we think why we are, where we are, and how we related to other people that physically we cannot meet or encounter them physically, but just by imagination. So it's also a postulate from Winnie Changkul to explain the nationhood in Thailand, Thai nationhood. And I think it may work well if we apply it in Indonesian cases. And it's become quite unique, because the concept of territorialization then, which is actually initiated or constructed by the government, that's colonial government during the Pax Neerlandica, for instance, also copied by Indonesian right now, and we consist we share similar imagination between the colonial Indonesia and post-colonial Indonesia over the archipelago. Maybe it's just kind of response, but exactly Mas Agus pinpoint very important issue and also a very insightful point. Thank you for your comment.
All right, very good. Maybe one final question. We've got 1 minute left, so that that should be sufficient. Any volunteers? Yeah, Alicia?
And just out of curiosity, Uji, so you've been looking at the production of atlases, but also somewhat at the topographical office, right? In the colonial, or topographical service in colonial and post-colonial sense. So are you also looking at the production of knowledge process? So how were the maps made? How was information found? Who was involved in that process? Is that also part of what you would like to do, or just out of curiosity?
Yeah. Very quick response. Actually, I'm interested on the how Indonesians shifted their spatial conception for what I call from flexible concept, which is actually we Indonesian actually produce their own map in different fashion, not in a modern cartographic regime. And then I embarked to the topography settings, but I found they do not produce map actually. They do not produce atlas. But some of the member of the topography settings involved in the production of the atlas. And what I'm trying to do is to see the link between the state institution, the popular knowledge production, that sort of thing. So yeah, maybe it just to give little notion about what I'm doing. But thank you, Alicia.
All right, great. Thank you very much, Uji, for your presentation, and to Alexander for the comments, and everyone else for participating. Let's move on to the penultimate session for today, which will be given by Alexander van der Meer.
Indeed, let me first share my PowerPoint. All right, so the PowerPoint is visible at the moment?
Yeah.
All right, very good.
Maybe you can make it a bit bigger. We sort of see your whole screen now. Yeah,
wait,
that's great. Thanks.
All right. Like this, right?
Yeah, this is fine. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you very much for this opportunity to present here. I'm a PhD candidate here at Leiden University, and I will elaborate on my research project in a minute. Regarding this paper at this stage, yeah, I would appreciate any kind of comments that you have. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing those from Yudha, Thianto. Thank you very much for joining this session and for your willingness on commenting my paper. So I will elaborate on the first full Bible translation made by the Dutch colonial church in 1731. But before that, I will shortly delve into my dissertation plan to give you an idea of how this subject fits into my general research. So my dissertation is part of Alicia's larger research project in the Dutch colonial ideology or mentality. And in my case, I look at Dutch ministers and missionaries, how their colonial narratives and mentalities were constructed over 150 years on Ambon and Batavia. And for that, I chose mostly to delve into case studies of conflicts and events. As in general literature, wars and violence is often mentioned as occasion for people when they're in existential fear to reflect on themselves, to elaborate on their self-imagination, their self-image. So in my case, in a theological conflict about translating the Bible, ministers reflect on the core of the colonial church and the core of what are we doing here in this colonial enterprise. So to put it more simply, why are we here? What are we part of? And what should our role be here? And regarding the first Bible translation, this was such a moment to reflect on their self-imagination or the self-identity. Short background, around 1700, the church in the Moluccas was the largest Malay-speaking congregation of the Dutch Church in the East Indies. And due to the importance of the spice monopoly to the VOC, was amongst others a focal point of the church and also the VOC in general. Here on Ambon, Philip already introduced it and its geography. A church culture or ecclesial culture had developed around the use of Ambonese Malay vernacular. So this was a type of Malay, but with many local Dutch and Portuguese loan words. And also a Bible was proposed to be translated in this language. But another faction, Batavian ministers, wished to implement a High Malay Bible. High Malay is literary Malay, and for which they used the standards of literature at Islamic courts and the language of diplomacy and Islamic scholarship in general, as it was used by Islamic courts, especially on Sumatra. So there were two different versions of the Bible translation in Malay, and a conflict ensued between adherents of both Bible translations. And this conflict illuminates how ministers, through this Bible translation, reflect on the role of the church in the colonial enterprise, in colonial society, and the reach of the church, especially in this case through textuality and knowledge production. Go to the next slide. Because in international historiography on translations and Bible translations of the British and Iberian empires, this subject is contextualized by textuality and knowledge production. So who is actually able or should be able to read the Bible and thereby access knowledge? And what knowledge should this Bible transmit? And for whom is this Bible intended? For the elite or the mass? In other words, this illuminates colonial design. What vision or design does it transmit of colonial society? And how was attempted to shape and reshape colonial Christianity under the VOC? But another aspect that is often mentioned is that many of these early modern translations, also in other empires, are regarded as hybrid texts. So they can be viewed as an arena of political and cultural interaction between colonizers and colonized. Not only were these translations often made with the use of or in concert with local scribes, but also oftentimes local religious notions were adopted in these translations to explain Christian concepts, but also sometimes were included in these translations in general. For example, many of the 17th century Ambonese Malay vernacular translations of Christian works used the sun, the moon, and the sago tree, which were central deities in many pantheons of Ambonese religions, to explain the Trinity, so to explain God, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost. And here you can see how a text gets a hybrid character, so elements of different cultures and religious traditions. And also practices surrounding these texts, for example, their explanation by teachers, are also often seen as part of acculturation. So the text was explained and thereby acculturated to the world, cultural, spiritual, practical of the local believer. And I looked at both points of the first Malay Bible translation or surrounding this discussion on the first Malay Bible translation. Because as I will elaborate soon, the Bible in literary Malay, so the High Malay Bible translation, was eventually chosen for publication. I will look then what colonial designs were transmitted with this choice for the literary Malay Bible. And thereafter, I will look at how this literary Malay or High Malay Bible was implemented on Ambon. Because on Ambon, an ecclesial culture, a church culture, had developed around the use of Ambonese Malay vernacular. So what knowledge and teaching practices surrounded this implementation of the High Malay Bible on Ambon? And thereby I will show that, as mentioned by Sanne, and I think Philip also today, that colonial and governmental designs are often, to a degree, a paper reality, and they run awry at locally developed practices and cultures. In this case of Ambonese Christianity, which had a tradition of using Ambonese Malay vernacular from the 17th century, and also a tradition of using books, translations in that language, and it largely continued throughout the 18th century. So the debate itself here was conducted between adherents of these two Bible translation. The Valentine, he translated the Bible in Low Malay or Ambonese Malay vernacular, and Minister Leidecker, he initiated the High Malay or literary Malay Bible translation. And in the decade-long conflict in which many letters were exchanged between these ministers, but also the consistories of Ambon and Batavia. And consistories are sort of the governing bodies of these churches. They decide on policy, they have to reprimand local Christians, and also, for example, deal with these kind of conflicts about the Bible or about theology. So Valentine, in his many letters, he argued for a Bible in Ambonese Malay vernacular, as he argued for the importance of this church. It was the largest Malay-speaking church of the Dutch East Indies. And he also showed a tolerance for using Ambonese religious notions in translations. For example, using the sun, moon, and sago tree to explain Christian concepts. So he argued for pragmatism over orthodoxy, and in a way he thereby argued for a hybrid form of Ambonese Christianity, because he argued it is more important to reach the masses with the gospel, so touch the heart of the masses with the word of God, instead of having the right language or the exact right theological way to put it. And on the other hand, there was a group of ministers around Leidecker who argued for a Bible in literary Malay. They elaborately argued that High Malay or literary Malay is a pure language without Dutch, Portuguese loanwords, and they implied that this purity would also purify the Bible from these local religious notions. And thereby they argued for a colonial church that was more similar to a transplantation from the Dutch Calvinist mother church, without the inclusion of these Ambonese local religious notions. And they also elaborated that Arab loanwords, which were a part of this literary Malay, could be used to explain Christian concepts instead of these Ambonese local religious notions. But there was another reason for them to argue for this literary Malay, namely that literary Malay was a way for them to reach the elites, the Islamic courts, and they hinted at the potential of converting these courts, which would have a trickle-down effect for the masses. So here you see two different designs for what the colonial church could be through a Bible translation. One that is has a pragmatic attitude towards using local religious notions and is aimed at the masses, and another one that is more hierarchical, more directed at the elite, and more of a transplantation of the Dutch mother church. As mentioned before, the High Malay Bible was chosen by the worldly and religious authorities in the Netherlands and Batavia. However, in the 17th century, an Ambonese church culture had developed around Valentine's tradition, so around Ambonese Malay vernacular, and also the use of books in that tradition. Moreover, the Ambonese church, yes, and it's around 20,000 believers, were only served by 5 Dutch ministers who mostly stayed in Kota Ambon, so in the city, and a local staff of schoolmasters and other auxiliary staff, which were actually the backbone of the church. Way more numerous. Most villages in Ambon of any size had a schoolmaster whose job it was to teach in schools, amongst others by using religious texts, and also read sermons in the church. And the Lydekker Bible was used in both. And therefore the implementation of this High Malay, literary Malay Bible would for a large part depend on the cooperation of this local auxiliary staff. And after the implementation of this Bible, it quickly became clear, both for the consistory of Ambon and also through educational practices, that there were many doubts over its potential to implement this Bible, and that many practices from the 17th century around Ambonese Malay vernacular were continued. Because even ministers noted that children, even if they could read High Malay publications and the Bible, they didn't really realize what they were saying. And then the consistory itself proposed to explain High Malay, amongst others the Bible, but also catechisms, by using Low Malay, for which local auxiliary staff, such as the schoolmasters, could be trained in High Malay and Low Malay, so they could explain High Malay, literary Malay of the Bible in Low Malay to the children. And also throughout the 18th century, from reports from the school system, it seems that this tradition was established of explaining High Malay by using Low Malay. Amongst others, as these reports show, that the literacy of children by ministers and also by schoolmasters was checked, was schooled based on Low Malay, so Ambonese Malay vernacular, books and publications. And also that High Malay publications were explained in Low Malay by schoolmasters. Therefore, I reached the conclusion that despite colonial designs around this translation to purify the language and purify the theology of translations, and to focus on converting Indonesian elites, on Ambon, where this Bible was actually implemented, in fact, not a lot changed. Ambonese Christianity revolved around Ambonese Malay and publications in that tradition, which helped to cross cultural and religious boundaries through the use of local religious notions, amongst others. And this, in fact, reflects the interaction and exchange of ideas across boundaries since the arrival of the VOC. And it is quite likely that partly because of that reason, the local population and schoolmasters held on to this linguistical tradition. So to conclude, this is an example of how colonial designs, or in this case, a shift in colonial mentalities related to colonial designs, run awry at the resilience of locally developed cultures and practices. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Alexander. Let's have a nice virtual round of applause. That was very interesting. For you, we have 2 commentators, so I would suggest that we begin with comments from Yudha Thianto.
All right, thank you, Alexander. This is a very exciting presentation, a topic that's pretty close to my own work. I've been working on the Malay text of the VOC from the earlier period of your area. And also I was trained as a linguist before I moved to the historical theology. So the translation of the Bible is a difficult endeavor. And the Dutch already started this with Ruil, Albertus Ruil in 1629, who published the first translation of the Gospel of Matthew, and then 1638 Matthew and Mark, and then 46 the four Gospels, and then so it took a whole century, actually, literally from 1629 to 1733 with the Lydekker Bible. Now, translation is difficult because we must think about the audience, right? The target audience rather than the translator. But now the translation of the Bible is caught in the fight between the translators. That's the problem. And as you illustrated very well there, the Low Malay or the vernacular Malay and the High Malay or the literary Malay, who is able to read those translations, right? So now the difficulty that I see is the fact that Bible translation is not just about religious matter. It's a mixture of politics, socio-economical rivalries, personal connections. You know, Lydekker was married to the sister of the Governor General. I think that's a part of the reason why his translation was accepted, even though Valentine's point is very valid in the sense that the Bible is for the people. However, at the same time, though, what I'm wondering, and if you could elaborate on that, is that the East Indies is varied, right? From Sumatra to Papua, there are thousands of islands, 17,000 if you count it by today's Indonesia's geography. People speak different languages. Now, in a way, the decision to choose the High Malay is the more universal, because then the assumption by the Dutch is that it is more accessible, and the hope is that all the people from all the islands could read and understand the literary Malay. And also the publications, if you go back to the 17th century, all the publication that started with Frederick de Houtman's Prague and Woordboek, for instance, it is a conversation in High Malay. And then Ruil's books, the catechism books that I've been working with, they are first of all published in the High Malay. So the majority of the population was already familiar with that translation. So that is my comment. Now, my question to you is that probably for your research, if you have not done so, compare the words of Valentine and Lydekker's themselves in the foreword of each translation. Now, I have not seen Valentine's Malay translation of the Bible. If you can find a copy and then try to read the foreword, right, the forewords, and compare what did Valentine say with regard to his translation, what did Lydekker say with regard to his translation, and then put them side by side, I believe you can get a better insight in seeing what the perspectives of the two translators were. And then try to compare that against the words of the VOC, because here, on top of everything, the company had the final say, right? So I'm also curious of whether you can find the actual letter or declaration or decision for the publication of Lydekker, and what did the VOC say to Valentine's? Because, you know, Valentine's effort did not come out of blue. It must have come from something. Just to put this conversation in the right context, and also highlight more on the acceptance. It is always important to you already talked a little bit about Ambon, right? That the schoolmaster, for instance, they had to be able to talk about both the Low Malay and High Malay, and then reading in High Malay, explaining that to the school children. But that's Ambon. What about Batavia? What about the rest of Java? What about Makassar? What about Manado? Right? Because these are very different localities. People speak different regional languages. And then they must understand Malay. What kind of Malay did these people speak or understand? So those will make your research well situated in the whole context, and then your conversation and discussion about the colonial culture will shine forth through all this conversation. So that would be my comment. I can, because this is my passion and this is also my area of research, I will be more than happy to have further conversation with you and to provide you with more insight, and probably even with the reading of the Malay. Again, I was trained as a linguist, so I have the tools. So thank you.
Great. Yeah, thank you very much. This is invaluable for me because I'm not trained as a linguistic in linguistics. And yeah, thank you very much. Regarding this variety in the Dutch East Indies and all these different regions, that's indeed something I definitely have to delve into. My problem until now was a little bit with the sources, because I look at Batavia and Ambon, but from my 18th century sources from the Batavian consistory, I couldn't find that much. Actually, very few documents on the use and implementation of this Bible. Yeah, so perhaps you know of different places where I can find information on this. Regarding looking at both Bibles, the Lydekker Bible and Valentine, and looking at the foreword on how they motivate their Bible translation. From what I read in the literature, the Valentine Bible is lost and hasn't been found. So that will be impossible. But I could indeed do this for the Lydekker Bible, and also look at the letter of the VOC in this case for deciding on the Lydekker Bible translation. But from what I remember from this letter, it is pretty repetitive. They repeat the arguments that Lydekker has presented. Also because in the Netherlands, this board of the VOC didn't have a lot of knowledge about Malay or the use of Malay in the archipelago. So they really depended on the information they could gather from both consistories. Indeed, I'm very happy that you comment that, if I understand it correctly, many 17th century translations on Ambon were actually in High Malay. Right, because I have this information from Thomas van de Ent and Niemeyer, who mentioned in their source publication that Werntley's 1685 Catechism, they mentioned this as the first High Malay translation that has been used on Ambon, but apparently they're wrong, which is very good to know. So I would be very curious then, because I do read in 18th century sources comments like High Malay is wholly unintelligible by school children. So my question is, I guess, how were these books used in the 17th century? And do you, because you write about this in your book, right, that in the 17th century, Caron's catechism was used and his sermons as well. And do I remember that correctly, that this was Ambonese Malay vernacular? Right.
Yes. If I may respond to you a little bit,
yes.
Caron's collection of sermons are sermons, and Caron worked mostly in Ambon, right? But I wouldn't want to say that Niemeyer and Tom van den Ende are wrong. That was, they were talking about the Catechism of Werntley in the 18th century. But I'm talking about the other printed Malay texts that were based on High Malay or literary Malay. In my book also, I talk about the Catechism, about the Surat ABC. Those are teaching materials written by the Dutch for the school children and also for the church in the 17th century, and they are based on High Malay, the earliest. And also, if you read Frederik de Houtman, that is the very first book published by the VOC in 1603, because when you look at the charter of the VOC was 1602. Only 1 year after that, the Spraak and Woordboek of Frederik de Houtman, when he was in Aceh, was a conversational situations. There are 12 conversations. There are 12 conversations to situate the day-to-day events that will help the Dutch learn Malay. It is written side by side, a diglot in Dutch and also in Malay. So that's literary. Now, and also, well, I forgot to mention this. Now, this gets to my point. You said that Lydekker claimed that the High Malay is more pure, without loanwords from the Arabic and Portuguese. Who said that? Because what I see is that's lie. No, even High Malay is full of Arabic loanwords and Portuguese words. So, for instance, if you look at the Heidelberg Catechism, the translation of the Heidelberg Catechism done by Sebastian Dankaerts in 1623. Dankaerts translated, this is interesting, translated the Trinity, God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit as Deus Bapa. Deus is Portuguese, Bapa is, of course, Malay. Deus Anak, of course, Portuguese and Malay. And for the Holy Spirit, he used Spirito Santo. That's it.
Wow.
All right. So that is Portuguese loan word in already the early of the 17th century. And then later on, the Arabic loanwords, I have presented several times on this, actually, on my linguistic side of my work, of the Arabic loanwords. The word Allah, for instance, even in Sebastian Dankaerts' word book, the dictionary that Dankaerts compiled, Dankaerts said the Malay word doesn't have the word for God. They use Allah, that is a loanword from Arabic. So, you know, if Lydekker, so you may want to check the Lydekker translation. Does he use the word Allah? And I'm sure he does, right? So his claim that the High Malay is free from the loanword, that is garbage. You know?
I should find out how and why they actually use this argument then, because he does use this argument, but I think he focuses on Dutch and Portuguese loanwords in Low Malay, which he finds a distortion, and then High Malay, I think the use of Arab loanwords, I think he did accept that, but I should delve into this and contextualize it more. It's a very good point. Yeah, thank you so much. I have like Philip said, a long to-do list now, but it is very, very useful. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we have a second commentator, Uji. So if you would like to, please go ahead and share your ideas on Alexander's text and presentation.
Okay, sorry. Alexander, congratulations. Fascinating, insightful presentation. I do really enjoy it so much. Also for reading your article, your paper. Thank you for sending me your paper. It's already solid. I found you employ a lot of sources, well-established idea. Pardon me, I know almost nothing about your subject, and I'm very happy for you that Dr. Yudha gave very insightful comment. I think you just take it and forget me. You can go ahead with that. So pardon me for giving you with very general comment as my appreciation for your presentation as well as your paper. I start with similar story about Bible translation done by Roorda, but completely under different context and time bound. From Merle Reclef, I learned that once in the end of 19th or early 20th century, Roorda attempted to translate the Holy Bible to Japanese language. From the same sources, I learned that his work never been materialized, or perhaps he has done with the translation, but it never been circulated. It's never been circulated. Anyhow, people eventually could not found and read his translation, at least at that moment. This decision was taken based on very humble argument. Against it is in different situation in Java, 19th, 20th century. He or everybody at that moment worried that his translation might not fit with the Japanese sense of language or could not enter the Japanese belief system because he not only changed the words from Dutch or from Latin to Java, but also communicate the message, which is will be somehow also different. I just came with this question. I'm curious, in your case, it's totally different. Those translators were very proud and very confident with their translation, their work. Was it different circumstances or atmosphere which is also influence their work? I mean, in 18th century, perhaps, the idea of religion was more liberate. Everybody can, for instance, make a translation or interpretation upon it, or what kind of atmosphere. Maybe it also gave your reader better insight on what happened actually behind the translation itself. Secondly, please put this comment from me as an Indonesian, and I think it's a little bit selfish because I think it might serve Indonesian needs for knowledge. As you say that the translation is not only matters of changing the language, it's also reconfigures power, structure, rearrange loyalty, and so. And I share opinion with you. Maybe you already mentioned in your presentation, but I think it will be very helpful, especially for Indonesian, to bring some light, some example from the field about the reconfiguration of power structure, because you do believe that who can access, who can read the Bible may control the society, for instance. In your context, it's also part of power relation between the VOC and the local, and is it did the Bible translation also contribute to the emergence of the new local elite? Initially, for instance, most of the elite based on the blood or kinship with the king or something, but after the Bible translation, whether or not there was a local elite emerge because they can read the Bible, they can access the Holy Script. Again, thank you very much for your interesting presentation and also paper. I stop at this point.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also, two very good points which can be added to my to-do list regarding this reconfiguration of local power structures, and also regarding the who can access knowledge, and did this lead to new elites? Yeah, these are exactly questions with which I try to explore this subject. And until now, I could only find that indeed the schoolmasters that were versed in High Malay, yes, they could explain these. From what I read in sources, they could explain these High Malay works in Low Malay. So they had a different access to these works than people who were not versed in High Malay. Yes, but other than that, it's a very good point. I should dig into my sources again to see what other effects it had on the local power structures. Yes, and regarding your first point, the atmosphere, also a very good point. The practices surrounding translations. This also relates to Yudha's point, I think, to see translations in the whole broad context of the political, social-cultural, personal relations and practices surrounding knowledge productions, and for example also include the social positions of the translators in the whole story. For example, that Leidecker was very well connected in the elite, and indeed this is something that I should also explore further. So yeah, thank you very much, very insightful.
All right, thank you, Alexander, and thank you to both commentators. Is there anyone else who would like to pose a question? Maybe a final question from someone in the audience?
Oh, just
yeah, Agus,
short questions. Yes, Alex, very interesting, and I'm very curious because it's very seen from today's context. It's very, dangerous to talk about translation of a holy text. And as Pak Yudha mentioned, the selection of the word Allah, for example, has been very problematic or problematized in Malaysia today, and those in Indonesia also follow that it should be exclusively used for Islamic, Quranic text, something like that. So I'm really curious who exactly they were who did the translation and of the first Malay language Bible, and it reflects to me that those people might have got the early Enlightenment style of humanistic education in Europe, who got a very careful training on translating text, and also so I think quite a lot of levels of textual analysis and parallelism are involved here, meaning from theological to theological platform, but also from culture specific level of the theological text into another culture specific level of the theological text, and that's, I'm really curious about that point. This point. Another thing is that, as long as I know, there have been then later several revisions or revised edition of the Malay language Bibles, and then and then to also streams of the process of translation. And I am wondering whether you then also try to take a look at the later translations of the Bible and how much they change, and how far and how several things got adjusted in the later translations of the Bible, just to see how the first version was kind of experimentation of the projects, right? I happened to read an article recently on how the same issue took place in the context of Vietnam, and the Bible translation in Vietnam into the local language there happened quite coincidentally, because the Jesuits were prohibited by the French colonial government to exit the area, and then they had to stay there, and they maybe out of nothing, or I mean without any things specific to do, and then they did the translation, and then that's quite coincidental, I mean, to the political context during that time. That's just illustration. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Also very good points. Yeah, regarding this culture specific background of the translators, and the scientific discourse in which they were versed. You mentioned the early humanistic tradition. Yeah, very good. Those are indeed points I should also look into. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much for all your great comments.
Thank you very much, Alexander, and the commentators, and the audience for the other questions. Yeah, we're doing very well in terms of schedule. So I would say that we continue with the last presentation, and then afterwards we'll have the closing remarks. So let's continue with the presentation by Yudha Thianto. and Agus and Alexander will comment on it. So please go ahead.
All right, I am trying to share my screen. Can you see this now?
Yeah.
All right, very good, very good. Hang on. All right, thank you very much for this opportunity to share my work with you, and thank you for the invitation. As you know, my name is Yudha Thianto. I'm a professor of theology at Trinity Christian College, which is in Illinois, just outside of Chicago in the United States. And my research, as I have shared a little bit before, is on currently on the history of the Reformed Protestant Church, the Calvinist Church in what is now Indonesia, in the Dutch East Indies, in the 17th century. So in a way, my research gives the background to the rest of your research, and it is exciting for me to be able to share this. So by way of introduction, as I said, I've been working and mostly in my research, I've been reading and studying the Malay texts of the 17th century, the earliest texts that I could get, in order to get a sense of how the Protestant church, the Reformed Protestant church was transplanted in the Dutch East Indies. And in the context of colonialization, I look at the relationship between the VOC and the church, and how the church operated. Now, my focus in my current work, I'm working on a book on worship, which looks at worship, preaching, catechism, and especially the singing of the Psalms using the Malay text. So the paper that I'm presenting for you today is just a small part of a larger project in which I see the role of the low-level church workers. I choose this particular paper for this presentation so that I can speak to the project that you, especially in Leiden, are working with Alicia as the chair of this whole project. So I choose to talk about these low-level church workers. Right, so the two research questions for this paper is, what kind of roles did low-level church workers play in the spread of Reformed Protestantism or Calvinism in the early 17th century, and how did the company treat these low-level church workers? My thesis is this. This paper seeks to shed light on the significance of these low-level church workers. There are three: the school teachers, comforters of the sick, and the itinerant catechists in the spread of Reformed Protestantism in the region. This paper will show that while the Dutch did not consider their position in the church glamorous, and these low-level church workers did not receive equal treatment as the ordained ministers, the clergymen. These church workers were the ones in the forefront who established strong roots of Reformed Protestantism in the land. Now, to situate the works of these low-level church workers, I start with the church orders. As early as the 1624, the church in the East Indies published the church order of Batavia, or the Batavia Kerken Order, the BKO, in the year 1624. In many, many ways, the Batavia Church Order of 1624 is very similar to the Church Order of the Synod of Dort, the Synod of Dordrecht, 1618-1619. Now, if you remember the history of Calvinism in the Netherlands, is that the Synod of Dort became the national synod or international synod that determined worship and church and theology of the Reformed churches in the Netherlands. Indies. So here, when they were in Batavia or in the East Indies in 1624 and trying to govern the church and trying to establish the regulation for the church, they pretty much just copied whatever the Synod of Dort declared with regard to the church. So it was mostly one-to-one correspondence transplantation with some modification when it is applied to the Dutch East Indies. Now, the Dutch ministers and elders in Batavia gathered together, and the church order was published with the full agreement from the Governor General de Carpentier at that time in the year 1624. Now, specifically for my paper, the 1624 Batavia Kerkordning, or the Church Order of Batavia, has a regulation for school teachers. It is very similar to the Church Order of the Synod of Dort. However, the 1624 PKO only had a regulation for school teachers. It didn't have the regulation for the comforters of the sick and or the itinerant catechist, the leermeester. In 1643, of the revision of the Batavia Kerkordning, that we see there is an addition of a regulation for the comforter of the sick, but it is put in the appendix, not in the main body of the church order itself. So it also shows that this is a further contextualization for the church in the Dutch East Indies that is different from the church in the fatherland. So that's what I'm highlighting in this presentation. Now, with regard to the rest of my presentation, let me just read my my paper so that you can get a better idea. So I will talk about the school teachers, the comforters of the sick, and also the itinerant catechists. The Church Order of Batavia, 1624, saw the work of the school teacher as a calling, and therefore they needed to carry out their duties seriously. Primarily, they need to teach the young how to read and write, count, sing the psalms, live godly lives, and apply the teaching of Christian religion in a prayerful life. The schools were residential, where the students lived in dormitories. The teachers led the students in prayer and the singing of the metrical psalms, both as the school teacher the school started in the morning and in the evening before the students went to bed. They also led prayers before and after each meal. In 1611, Albertus Ruil published a primer in the Malay language for the use of schools entitled Surat ABC, or ABC letter. This primer guided the students in learning the alphabet, simple arithmetic, the Lord's Prayer, the Ten Commandments, the Apostles' Creed, and prayers before and after meals, as well as morning and evening prayers. The primer was the tool that the school teachers used to instruct the indigenous children in the East Indies. The publication of the church order and the primer went hand in hand, and they reveal how the Dutch taught the young people. The church order specified that the Malay-speaking children should be taught to speak Dutch, while their instruction of Christianity could be done in Malay. The Dutch-speaking children, on the other hand, would receive instruction in Dutch, but also taught to speak Malay for everyday conversation. This regulation necessitated that the school teachers be able to speak both Dutch and Malay, and that the children of Dutch and those of the indigenous people would learn together in the same schools, so that there was no separation between the two groups of children. In 1643, the island of Ambon only had two ordained ministers, Jan Jansen Brunt and Hendrik van Katzen. These ministers led the churches not only in Ambon, but also in the surrounding islands. According to the report of the Church of Ambon to the church in Batavia, these ministers received significant help from the school teachers and the visitors of the sick to ensure that Sunday church services ran smoothly and instructions for school children as well as catechism classes continued. In Ambon, at that time, there were 18 schools in which students learned their prayers, how to read and write, and studied the catechism. Daniel Sonneveld, who wrote the report, attributed the success of the education of the children and thus the expansion of Reformed Protestantism in Ambon to the work of the school teachers and the visitors of the sick. Antonio van Diemen, the Governor General of the VOC at that time, recognized the significance of the work of the school teachers in Ambon. He approved an increase of 4 real per month to the salary of each school teacher. However, the Governor General did not mention a pay increase for the visitors of the sick. School teachers wrote reports to their supervising ministers regularly. In their reports, they would include summaries of what they did with the highlights of their success. In August 1619, for instance, in 1619, Tieleman Tennyson wrote to Adrian Hulsebos, his supervising minister, who was in Batavia, about his work in Ambon. In the report, he stated that in that year, he had 40 to 45 students who learned the 10 Commandments, the Lord's Prayer, and the Apostles' Creed, and morning and evening prayers in Dutch. In that class, most of the students were native Ambonese, with only 1 Dutch boy. The following year, Tennyson reported that the number of his students increased to 70, with 14 Dutch students and the rest being indigenous children. He was determined to teach his students a strong foundation of faith, as well as excellent academic knowledge in the same way students in the Netherlands would receive their education. He even included lessons in music, in addition to basic reading and writing and arithmetics. Often, ordained ministers expressed their need for the help in leading the churches in the villages and appreciation for the work of the school teachers. Rogier Hendriksen, a minister of Ambon in the 1620s, for instance, reported that due to his heavy workload, he appointed Antony Clement, a young man with a good reputation, to be a school teacher. Clement's duties were not restricted to teaching children, but also included leading Sunday school services. So in the beginning, the only Dutch people could become school teachers and visitors of the sick. Over time, however, the church also hired native people to these posts. There are reports from 1694, so toward the end of the 17th century, that the churches in North Sulawesi increased their employment of indigenous people. Many of the people also adopted Dutch names at their baptism. Gerrit van Aken, a minister in North Sulawesi, reported that in Manado, 2 school children, Cosmus das Damayans, a native of Xiao in the Moluccas, and Paulus Mesquita from the same region taught in the 2 schools. In the village of Bulan, also in North Sulawesi, another native school teacher, Walter Dalima, taught during the week and led services on Sundays. At this school, there were 25 children, 8 of whom were girls, and the rest are boys. In the evenings, Walter Dalima led prayers where there are 66 to 65 people attending, and these included men, women, and children. In the Pulang Ilang village, their native school teacher, Bastian de Gracia, was responsible for 44 boys, and Van Aken reported that these students, about 23 of them started to read, and 9 had memorized the Lord's Prayer, the 10 Commandments, the Apostles' Creed, and the prayers. So Van Aken indicated satisfaction with the growth of this church and school in the region. That illustrates the works of the school teachers. Now, the comforters of the sick. According to the Batavia Kerkordening of 1643, the main task of the comforters of the sick were to comfort the sick people on their way from the Netherlands to sail to the East Indies. So in the homeland, in the Netherlands, the presence and the work of the comforters of the sick was already important. And once they arrived at their destination, that's in the East Indies, the comforters of the sick must also care for the hospital patients. Now, in 1672, Antonio Hurt, the governor of Ambon, wrote an expanded job description for the comforters of the sick. This job description is beyond what the Batavia Kerk Ordening in 1643 had already talked about. So beyond visiting the sick, these people would also lead morning and evening prayers in the Dutch forts. And if there were no ordained ministers available, the comforters of the sick must read the sermons in each church, sermons by Heinrich Bullinger or other Reformed theologians. In the Malay-speaking churches, they also lead church services for the indigenous people. These visitors of the sick were instructed to learn to speak Malay, because without the knowledge of the language, they could not perform their work well. They must take theological training in the headquarters in Ambon or in Batavia for 10 to 14 days. And they must also teach catechism classes for adults who wanted to be baptized. In 1674, Jacobus Montanus, a minister in Ambon, reported the situation of the churches in the region. On the island of Manipa, for instance, the comforters of the sick did the most work in expanding Reformed Protestantism. On Thursdays and Sundays, these ministers, the comforters of the sick, gave catechism lessons to the people for a total of 6 hours. Some comforters of the sick traveled extensively among the islands of the East Indies. For instance, Peter Balbian traveled about 1,700 miles between Ambon and Batavia. On May 28, 1678, Balbian was sent by the Church of Ambon to go to Batavia, and on September 14 of the same year, he returned to Ambon, bringing several teaching catechism books, psalm books, and the Bibles. The church in Ambon was very thankful of the work of Balbian. Now, some highlight of the work of the itinerant catechist. In the early decades of the 17th century, the majority of the itinerant catechists or teachers were Mardikers or freed slaves from Malabar and Bengali in India. These Mardikers were originally Portuguese Eurasians who were originally Roman Catholics. When the Dutch defeated Malacca and Galle in 1640, the Dutch enslaved them. Later, the Dutch were willing to grant freedom to these people if they can convert to Reformed Protestantism. Most of the people accepted the offer. They were then known as the freed people or the Mardikers, after the term merdeka in Malay or also from Sanskrit, which means free or freedom. In many port cities in East Indies, including Batavia, Malacca, Colombo, Ambon, these baptized slaves could get married, be buried in Christian cemeteries, and receive an inheritance from their masters. These privileges naturally became incentives for the slaves to be baptized. The church required that before baptism, a slave had to receive catechism instruction. The instruction was mostly given by the itinerant teachers or these catechism teachers. Because of their dark skin, native people of Ambon and elsewhere often called these teachers the Guru Sinyo Hitam. In Malay, that means dark-skinned Dutch teachers. Sometimes they were also called the Mr. Keliling, meaning wandering gentleman. The word Mr. was an abbreviated form from the Dutch word leermeester, and the word Keliling, meaning wandering, shows that these men went from house to house and village to village to teach catechism to various groups of people. Now, initially, these itinerant teachers were not well paid. Their salary at that time was only very little, and they were the lowest, only 5 cents per day. Later, they received an increase in their wages to half a real per month, plus 9 kilograms of rice. Now, the salary of these itinerant catechists was very, very small, because if you compare their salary to the ordained minister, they receive about 90 to 100 real per month. And a visitor of the sick received during that year 24 real per month. And you can see that the situation continued into the 18th century. I'm sorry. So as a further illustration, in August 1694, Van Aken reported that he received significant help from the itinerant catechists who went to the remote villages in the area. In the village of Ulu, for instance, there was one Mr. Keliling by the name of Abel Bededo, a native of Manado, who taught the children catechism. Van Aken noted that Bededo had to walk during the night to go from house to house to teach and preach the gospel and teach people how to pray. In Manado, another place, Andreas Makapunas was a native itinerant catechist, or a Mr. Keliling, who worked in the village of Togulanda. Van Aken reported that Makapunas served the small islands north of Manado, where there are more than 400 native Christians lived, whom he visited regularly. So this study illustrated the heavy works of the school teacher, the comforters of the sick, and also the itinerant catechists, but they received very little payment or salary, and also appreciation. And in the case of the itinerant catechists, we see that they do not get much honor, and in fact they were not well respected. The name Guru Sinyo Hitam, for instance, it's a little bit of a discrimination, because this designation showed them of their origin, and attached to this origin, of course, is the fact that they were slaves in their past life. So as a conclusion, this study shows the initial contact between the Dutch Reformed Church and the native people of the East Indies, and how the indigenous people came to the Reformed faith. As demonstrated, the initial evangelization happened among the people with the closest encounter with the Dutch. Mission to the people outside of the Dutch community were done much later, and the low-level church workers employed by the VOC were the ones doing the hardest work, but very often they did not receive the recognition that ordained clergy did. Thank you very much.
All right, great. Thank you for your presentation. I would suggest that we continue with the comments. So maybe Alexander, you can start.
Sure. Yeah, thank you very much, Yudha. It was very interesting presentation, and I think the significance of low-level church workers, their role and their appreciation is a historiographically very understudied topic. So it is I think very significant, very important that you are doing this work. Also, what you mentioned, your as it is part of a new book on songs and singing, and the text and translations that were used for singing songs, I think is also very important, and is still very prevalent on the Moluccas, the importance of songs and an oral tradition. So I'm also very much looking forward to reading more about that. My main points might be somewhat similar to the points that you gave to me, namely maybe the wider context of your subject, because as you mentioned, you look at the church order to see how the Dutch Calvinism was somewhat contextualized to the realities of the Indies, and how it differed somewhat from the church in the Netherlands. But in that sense, from what I remember from Knaap and Niemeyer, they both also write that local practices, as established by the Spanish and Portuguese, were also up to a degree adopted by the Dutch church in the 17th century. So this contextualization of Dutch Calvinism to the East Indies would maybe also be interesting to include that, the adoption from previous period. And regarding this context also, it would be interesting to look at the position of these auxiliary staff of the church in the Netherlands, because their role and their appreciation becomes perhaps more clear, and it would also perhaps become more clear what is actually colonial, or what is East Indies particular about their role and appreciation. If there is some comparison with their role and appreciation in the Netherlands. But this is a subject I know is also not too easy to find in literature, but it would give perhaps more context to your subject. Yeah, and another point I found very interesting is that you mentioned that in the beginning of the 17th century, most schoolmasters were still Dutch, and then throughout the 17th century, this changed into more the hiring of local staff for these positions. And yeah, it would also be very interesting to see how the appreciation and the role of these two different sociocultural ethnic backgrounds perhaps differed, or what the continuities and discontinuities were between, like you mentioned, the role and appreciation of these groups. Yeah, so I think those were my main comments. So thank you very much again. Very interesting.
Would you like me to comment, to reply directly?
Maybe it's wise if we first collect the comments by the second commentator, by Agus.
Sure, thank you.
And then you can reply to them, because that ordered quite a bit.
Yes. Yeah, Pak Yudha, I really enjoyed the paper, your paper, and also the presentation. It's very interesting and very detailed. Sorry. A motorcycle is passing by and I am quite close to the streets, you know. Yes, and I really would like to appreciate the details, also the very elaborate information data that you present. Then this really helps me imagine the overall stories of these low-level church workers you mentioned. In the context of the 17th centuries Netherlands Indies or Batavia, and also I think Moluccas. And then I'm just wondering whether, as Alex mentioned, you put a context of the European platform of the situation at the time, just to understand how it was actually replicated and how far it diverted from the original template. So I happen to have this book, Kweekling Tussen Akte en Ideaal. This is about teacher education in the Netherlands. It works quite a lot also, or it deals quite a lot also with the education of teachers in the as a religious teachers, right? And yes. This is very interesting book as well. And also, well, I'm just showing my Bibles. These are my Bibles, you know. And second thing is, this is very crucial, Pak Yudha. I think yes. This is rare. I think the early schoolmasters in developing countries led by Chruch, and it has half of the whole pages on the Christian school education during the VOC, and this is very interesting. And I think yes. there can be good sources as well, to in addition to Hengnemeyer's Bronnen publicatie, yeah, for that. And then, and also, then Alicia, you might remember Pendeta Cornelis Aliona, who worked with the TANAP group back then in 2005. And Pendeta Cornelis Aliona also wrote a very interesting dissertation on the education of during the VOC period in the, was it in Ambon, right? Ambon, was it Minahasa? I think Ambon, yeah. Also in Ambon. So might be very interesting part of the whole story of this. And with regard to the paper, then I'm really intrigued about the process inside of the the church organization, the church life itself. So the period you are talking about is exactly in the middle. In the middle, 100 years after the Protestant Reformation in Europe, exactly 100 years, as we can check it, or maybe 102 years, I don't know. Yeah, and more or less also 100 years to found the French Revolution.
Yeah,
and I think the Christian Reformation and the Protestant Reformation period and the French Revolution add to historical, momentum of the overall restructuration of the church life, right? So I'm wondering whether you can use the case of these low church workers in the case of 17th century Batavia or Ambon as a window to see the the changes or the or even the making of social structure. So I'm trying to use later 19th century or 20th century theoretical framework to see back, the Protestant Reformation did not, well, to me, didn't result in the restructuring social classes. So inside, in terms of the Marxist concept, right? It was only in the French Revolution, almost then 200 years after the Protestant Reformation in Europe, that then actually resulted in the restructuration of social class. And during this 200 years period between this reformasi of the Protestant in Europe and the French Revolution, there happened a reproduction of classes inside the church. And I'm just trying to imagine whether this case of the social, the low workers, the low church workers, in the case of Batavia, and then can be used again as a case in point, as a window to picture the to illustrate the the social hierarchies. The Marx system would be social class inside of the church life, church organization. That's my main point here. Thank you, Philip.
Yeah, thank you very much for your comments. Would you like to respond, Yudha?
Yes, thank you so much, both Alexander and Pak Agus. I can comment and respond to both your comments together, actually, because this is beautiful. This is exactly what I'm doing. So of course, this paper is as a small piece of my larger work. My area of expertise is actually the Reformation and post-Reformation. I study Calvin and Calvinism, and so I bring my knowledge of Reformation and post-Reformation into my research of the Dutch East Indies. So everything is right there. Now, to respond first to Alexander's first comment is that yes, I do put this in the context of the acceptance and the local situation of the people, especially when it comes to the Portuguese. Because now, bringing in what happened in Europe in the 16th century, the Netherlands were in big fight with Spain because the Dutch Republic was just getting its freedom from Spain. So the acceptance and adoption of Calvinism in the Dutch Republic became primary. And as they were sailing, to the East Indies, the rivalries between the Dutch and the Iberians were also transformed to the East Indies, right? And that is not just economic, it's not just about the trade and monopoly of the trading, but it is also about religion, it's about politics, it's about ideology. So there was a love-hate relationship between the Dutch and the Portuguese language in the East Indies. Now, if you look at the title of my first book, The Way to Heaven, that is already a confrontation between the Dutch Calvinists and the Iberian Catholics, actually, in the sense that the Dutch tried to separate the Reformed Protestant people in the East Indies as far from the Roman Catholics as possible. That is one dimension of my research. And then I will go to Pa Agus's comment in also talking about this, that for the Dutch at that time, the teaching of the Reformation in terms of the theology of Calvinism, the orthodoxy, needed to be preserved as purely as possible. But at the same time, when they came to the East Indies, they also came with power. So yes, the social structure did not change. So this is interesting because when you look at a lot of things that the Dutch did, especially the VOC and the church, you can see that they still brought the pattern from the Netherlands to the East Indies, and they come as the people with power. The dictation, right? Everything comes from above. And also back to Alexander's work and research is that the translation of the Bible, this was somehow dictated by the VOC. The church workers must serve the purpose of the company. That's why the social structure didn't change. That's why there is still discrimination, and especially with the Mardekers. And so this touches on Alicia's research on Colombo and the slaves in Sri Lanka and so on and so forth, right? There is still a different social structure. I agree with that. It is within my wider research. That's what I'm trying to say. I try to illustrate and explain as much as I can what worship looked like in the Dutch Reformed Church for the Malay-speaking people. So that's exactly what I'm doing. With regard to Alexander's second point is that to look at what happened in the Netherlands, that's something that I already have in mind. There are, I know how to get the sources for the 17th century. And my friends are the church archives, the church records. And I have a colleague in my at my school. He is in the English, in the history department. I'm in the theology department. He is doing the Dutch in the Netherlands of the ministers' works, the church and worship in the Netherlands. So I can work in tandem with him, especially in looking at the church records, in seeing the regulations, the works of the church, the school teachers, and also the visitors of the sick. That's very much, it's a wonderful suggestion. Thank you. And for Pa Agus, thank you for showing me the books on the teaching and teachers and early education that includes Dutch East Indies. I have a smaller piece that I published in the Festschrift for my Dr. Vater, published by Brill, exactly on theology and teaching for the children, for the school children. So thank you, Pa Agus, for that suggestion. All right, so that's my response.
All right, great. Thank you very much. Maybe a final question from the audience. Yeah, Alicia, of course.
Thank you, Yudha. I greatly enjoyed your paper. And I think your focus on church workers is highly relevant to our project as well. So we're also grateful that you decided to gear your paper to this conference. Now, I find the church workers, in particular the schoolmasters, very interesting. Well, actually, you mentioned Sri Lanka. Of course, there's also a parallel in Sri Lanka where we see the training of Sri Lankan schoolmasters, Tamil schoolmasters first, and later Sinhalese schoolmasters. But what I've noticed from my research into more worldly affairs in the Dutch East Indies or in Indonesia is that these schoolmasters also had worldly functions within the VOC. Yes. So what's very difficult to research, but I think it's still interesting for you to think about is how, and it relates to your point that you're making about power, is how these schoolmasters were also placed from Ambon in Sulawesi, in Sangihe, and in other areas, and not only to teach and yes. But also as an extension of the VOC empire, to monitor, to keep track of what was going on in the area, to keep contact with Rajas as well. Sometimes also really to trade. They would be asked to obtain rice in Poso or to help in negotiations. So I'm curious whether that part of the work of the church workers is also going to be part of that chapter. Yeah.
Thank you. The short answer to your question is no, the church orders do not regulate those. Right, the church orders are very strict. It's point to regulate the church workers. However, in my research, I find answers to your questions. Right, the answers are yes. These school teachers and also the visitors of the sick are used as the first point of contact for on behalf of the VOC to the local people. Whether it's, well, of course, the big umbrella is for teaching. However, they also must do political stuff. They also must deal with local regions or local Raja. They must deal with difficult situation when there was a conflict with Muslims, for instance. So there are records that deal with all of these works. So again, that's why I want to highlight the role of these low-level church workers, right? They are not just to teach. The teachers are not just to teach. From a church point of view, because my work is more from the theological side of it, right? It is the spread of Christianity, of Protestantism in particular, as opposed to Roman Catholicism, right? But also at the same time, it is the mouthpiece of the VOC. One example that the mouthpiece is wrapped in the umbrella of teaching is this. Think about Christianity, think about the 10 Commandments, right? This is the very basic teaching of the church. However, when you look at the 10 Commandments on the second part, first line is honor your father and your mother. Now, back to the teaching of the Reformation, back to Pak Agus's earlier point, in Calvinism, the teaching of this commandment, honor your father and your mother, is not just to honor your biological parents, right? It is also to honor people who God has placed to govern you, including your teachers, your preachers, your ministers, your governor, all right? So now, for the church school teachers, in teaching the 10 Commandments, they say, look, honoring your father and your mother also means that you must subject yourself under the power of the VOC because they have been placed by God to govern you. Can you see that? Right? So this is just one illustration to expand from your comment. This is exactly there.
Thanks. It's a very illustrative illustration. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. I think that sort of sums it up. Thank you very much, Yudha, for your presentation, and thank you to both commentators. And that brings us to the final part of our conference, in which Alicia will share some ideas and look for some connections between the presentations. So Alicia, please go ahead.
Thanks, Philip, and thanks, Margana, also for organizing this conference with us. I've greatly enjoyed the last 2 days. Yeah, rounding up what we've been doing today is, on the one hand, it's easy, and on the other hand, it's not. We had talks about very different, or seemingly very different subjects. We started off with Abi's talk about urban hygiene projects and the failures of kampong improvement in both colonial and post-colonial Indonesia. Then we had Wahid talking about Jawi translations, or the use of Jawi in colonial government reports and documents. And then we had Agus talking about the creation of post-colonial Catholic communities that actually mimicked colonial relations. And then Sanne presented on the legal commissions in West Sumatra, and the way that on the one hand they gathered knowledge, but at the same time they try to legitimize their own interventions through their commissionary means. So very different subjects on the first day, but I think three teams really came out of the first day that we also returned today, and it was the knowledge production that we see constantly being part of these colonial relations, and the translation that is involved in this knowledge production. I think that on the one hand, and then on the other hand, some of the papers dealt with legacies. So, okay, this is what we've seen being produced in colonial times, or as Philip today was showing, we see particular culture produced in early VOC period, but it has a legacy later on. So I think both knowledge production and legacies are sort of central themes that appear from all the papers. Also, if I look at the other papers for today, I already mentioned Philip's talk on the reproduction of VOC relations during the colonial state. And then Margana's talk about Dingemann's stories, his story writing in Japanese, was also fascinating. It's in a way, it's knowledge sending rather than knowledge production on site maybe, but a translation then is again comes up here, and also translation in narrative terms. And Yudha's comments on the biblical dimension of the stories, I think were really interesting there as well. And then Uji spoke about production of atlases and also the popular use of atlases both in colonial and in post-colonial Indonesia. And again, there you see the translation of space into books, and that helped or produced the imagination of what Indonesia, or the Netherlands Indies first and later Indonesia, was about. And then at the end, in the last two papers, religion stood central. Protestantism in particular, but I think there was bits of religion in the other papers as well. And I think so, apart from the themes of knowledge production, translation, and legacies, I think it's this question of that there is religion in colonialism, and that there is a lot of colonialism in religion. I think those two sides came out really strongly also in the last two papers, but also in the earlier papers. And I think when thinking about colonialism and the workings of colonialism, I think including religion and religious space is really important. So I think those were all the papers that we have heard, very different topics, but I think what we can see is a new sort of cultural approach to colonialism that helps deal with these questions about knowledge production and legacies that I think in the Netherlands, but also in Indonesia, are themes that are more and more debated. And I think this cultural approach is really very important. And I think the issues about translation that we've been discussing, but also about communication, so which language do they choose? How does the state communicate, or somebody from the state like Dingemans, how does he communicate with local society, or the other way around? I think are themes that really deserve further research. I think I'm going to leave it with that. We're just 1 minute before.
Yeah, very good. That's indeed, we've kept a very good schedule today, so that's very nice. Thank you very much, Alicia. And I think Alexander and I are also very happy the way everything went. And even though it's not physical and we cannot really talk to each other and cannot have lunch together, still I think this was a very nice nice meeting and a way to share knowledge and to get to know each other, and hopefully also stimulate some more cooperation afterwards. Maybe the final remarks for the host that we have for this nice session. Maybe Professor Margana would like to share some more words. Yeah, you're muted.
There's nothing more that I can say that thank you for everyone for the participations. And this is a beginning, I think, and then we're going to, I hope we could follow this this meeting with a subsequent seminar, perhaps. When the COVID-19 is over, then we can meet each other really, and not only bring the storm, but also drinking and eating good food here in Yogyakarta. Okay, thank you everybody. Pak Yudha, Alicia, Alex, Zani, Awahid, and also Mas Agus, Uji, Philips, of course also all the participants who has been spent for 2 days of joining our conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Take care, everyone.
Everybody, bye.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, bye.